Good morning, everyone. It's 10 o'clock. My name's Stephen Kelly. I'm the Joint Director for Planning and Economic Development, and I'd like to welcome everyone in the room and online today's Joint Development Control meeting at 10 o'clock on Wednesday, the 6th of April. Now, unfortunately, the first item of business I have is for the meeting to elect a chairperson in the absence of both the chair and the vice chair of the committee. Unfortunately, through a last-minute matter. It's also probably, before I do so, saying that you will see, or you may note online, the chair of the committee is observing this meeting, but because of their interest in the item, they're not taking part or participating in the meeting today. But some of you may note the normal chair's attendance online to observe. But can I therefore ask for a proposer for chair today? Councillor Hawkins.
I'd like to propose Councillor Katie Thomborough.
Thank you. And do I have a seconder?
I'd like to second that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think with the election of Councillor Thornborough as chair, I'm jumping the gun. Sorry about that. Can we have a? Thank you for keeping me honest on this. Can we have a vote? All those in favour of Councillor Thornborough as chair? Thank you very much. Can I ask Councillor Thornborough to join me?
Thank you very much. We'll go straight on to the matters on the agenda. Apologies have been received from Councillors Dave Bajan, Bradnam, Chamberlain, Pagecroft and Smart. Councillor Simon Smith is due to speak at this meeting as a ward councillor, and Councillor Gawthorpe Wood will attend as alternate. Councillor John Williams is also attending as alternate. Members, please, members present in the chamber, introduce themselves. I'll read out their names. Bigot? Please could members present in the chamber introduce themselves. Bigot?
Present.
Thornton?
Present.
Hawkins?
Present.
Hunt?
Present.
Gawthorpe Wood?
Present.
Porra?
Present, Chair.
And Williams? Officers permanently at the table for this meeting are the Joint Director of Planning, Stephen Kelly, the Legal Advisor, Keith Barber, Committee Manager, Sarah Steed, and the Producer, James Goddard. Other members and public speakers will join us throughout the course of the meeting, and I'll introduce them at the start of the relevant agenda items. Bit of housekeeping. Copies of the agenda can be found on the City Council's website under Committee Meetings, Minutes and Agendas. Please try to refer to the page and paragraph numbers within the agenda if you're referring to a specific paragraph or plan. Please ensure that you have switched off or silenced any other devices you have so that they do not interrupt proceedings. When you're invited to address the meeting, please make sure your microphone is switched on. When you finish addressing the meeting, please turn off your microphone immediately. Speak slowly and clearly, and please do not talk over or interrupt anyone. Please can those present in the chamber note that everything on your desk, including your laptop screen, may be broadcast at some point. The camera follows the microphone being switched on. So councillors and officers are requested to wait a couple of seconds before speaking to allow the camera to catch up. Please raise your hand if you wish to speak. Please, can those participating in the meeting via the Microsoft Teams meeting indicate that you wish to speak via the chat column or raised hand option. Please do not use the chat column for any other purpose. The meeting chat is neither confidential nor private and can be subject to an FORI or GDPR request. Make sure that your device is fully charged and that you switch your microphone off unless you are invited to speak. Please, can meeting participants keep their microphone and cameras turned off until we come to the application we have registered you to speak about. If a report officer drops out from the committee due to poor broadband signal, the senior officer present will take over their presentation or report and respond to questions. The process for each planning application will be: the case officer will give a brief introduction to his or her report. Registered speakers will be invited to have their say. I have exercised my discretion to allow 6 minutes for those speaking in support and 6 minutes for those speaking against the NIAB application. The committee manager will ring a bell when the relevant time period has passed. Public speakers are unable to join in with the councillor debate. Committee will then discuss, debate the item and may ask questions of the case officer. At the end of the deliberation, I'll ask members to vote on the officer's recommendations by a show of hands. Before we start, we do have some vulnerable members in this chamber, and if people can keep their masks on when not speaking, if they're comfortable to do that, that would be appreciated. Moving on to agenda item 2, please could councillors advise if they have any declarations of interest and also identify which report their declaration relates to. Nobody's indicated anything. So we move on to agenda item 3, 21/03609/FUL, National Institute of Agricultural Botany, NIAB, Huntingdon Road, Cambridge. Could the principal planner introduce this item?
Thank you, Councillor Thornbury. I'm just going to share my screen with you, and if you could just confirm whether you can see it in a second. Is it showing?
Yes, Rebecca, we can see your presentation.
Perfect, thank you. Yes, so as Councillor Thornbury said, this is a planning application we received on the former NIAB headquarters building on Huntingdon Road. The application was received to the council back in July/August, and we've been through a couple of public consultation rounds. So just as an update, since issuing the amendment sheet yesterday, I was subsequently forwarded a letter that was sent directly to councillors by Plymouth Close and Falmouth Close residents on Darwin Green. This note was uploaded to the planning portal yesterday afternoon, and I understand that they'll be speaking today at the meeting, setting out their concerns. Update number 2, Councillor Simon Smith sent in a list of suggested amendments to the planning conditions last night. If option B is supported, officers consider the amendments that were suggested to the landscape condition, which is 43, and the service and delivery plan, which is 52, to be acceptable, apart from the reference to emergency vehicles, as we cannot limit their access. Then, just as an update number 3, so the application was originally heard at the JDCC on the 16th of March, at that meeting, members voted to defer the termination of the application as they wanted the applicant to consider providing more affordable private rent homes on site. In direct response to this request, I can now confirm the applicant is prepared to provide the additional 21 affordable private rent units, taking the total from 37 to 58. The proposal will therefore provide 20% affordable housing in accordance with local policy, regardless of the fallback position that was accepted by officers. The total number of build to rent units would stay the same, and therefore, there's no need for any other design or layout changes to the application. So I'm just going to take you through my presentation again, just mainly for the purposes of those members that weren't present last time. So in terms of the site location, the red line runs around the development site, Howes Place and Plymouth Cloister to the east, Lawrence Weaver Road and to the west, and Falmouth Avenue to the north. Howes Place is unadopted and lies within the applicant's ownership and has been included within the red line. A number of existing buildings on the site here are currently occupy the site, which were once owned and used by NIAB. The former NIAB buildings have now relocated to the other side of the Lawrence Weaver Road. See my cursor circling. And there are also two existing dwellings on the site, known as 14 and 15 Howes Place. Prior approval has been granted for the conversion of the office units to the front to residential, and they're currently being implemented. So in terms of the approach to the principle of development, so the red line on this plan shows the rough location of the development site, the red line box. So the rear section of the site is allocated for mixed-use residential development under Policy 20. So this requires that land between Huntingdon Road and Histon Road is proposed to deliver a high-quality, inclusive new development on the edge of the city. The front part of the site is allocated on the Cambridge Brownfield Land Register and is appropriate land for residential development. In addition to this, in relation to the hotel, Policy 77 on visitor accommodation supports the provision of new facilities, such as an apart hotel, where it's located on main roads and good accessibility. Officers have been told that the applicant is in advanced discussions with end users, demonstrating there is a demand. So in terms of the proposal, so like I've said, this is a full planning application, and the proposal includes the demolition of some of the existing buildings on the site, and that includes number 14 and 15 Howes Place. The provision for 291 new homes for private rental accommodation will sit to the north of the site, alongside a range of mixed-use facilities, including a microbrewery, cafe and co-working space around the centre. A 202-bed apart hotel with gym and swimming pool facilities, which will be accessible to the wider community and public, will be located just below this mixed-use area. And car parking for these facilities will be provided in a basement car park, so the public realm prioritises pedestrians and cyclists. Like I've said, the former NIAB building at the front already has detailed prior approval consent, and therefore is not being considered by the committee. However, the landscape around the edge is within the red line to ensure it plans for a comprehensive redevelopment. So in terms of the build to rent product, so national policy defines this. So it defines it as purpose-built housing that is typically 100% rented out, and schemes will usually offer longer tenancy agreements of 3 years and be professionally managed stock in single ownership. In terms of local policy, Greater Cambridge Housing Strategy 2019 to 2023 has Annex 9 attached, which is a specific build to rent policy, which was adopted by the councils in July 2021, which was underpinned by a research report that was commissioned and done by Savills. These two matters are material considerations as it supports the development of purpose-built private rental homes and will help provide the additional choice and delivery of homes into Cambridge, which is consistent with this national framework. In terms of local identified needs, the reports that have been submitted with the application conclude that Cambridge has a young population, which is highly skilled, and the largest renter groups in Cambridge after students is single persons or couples without children. And this has dictated the housing mix on the site being between studio apartments up to 2-bed units. The city's rental market is showing signs of maturing, and consultation with estate agents have demonstrated that there'll be a strong market demand for this type of product in the city. The applicant has provided some examples in the recent briefing note that they sent around to members, and this includes of people that are likely to be able to live in these units. So this includes, for example, a catering assistant and a refuse loader on just below £20,000 a year each, being able to afford a 2-bed affordable apartment, or a nurse on £32,000 being able to afford one of the market 1-bed private studio units. And that's based on using no more than 7% of their household income. We seek to secure the build to rent product in the Section 106 agreement to ensure they will built and marketed in the appropriate way. And like I said, the whole development will be retained in a single ownership and managed by them as well. So this should make it easier in terms of keeping the landscape up to scratch and security. Just to note on that, we're not expecting that any of the land to be offered to the City Council for adoption. In terms of the affordable housing provisions, so normally policy 45 of the local plan requires 40% on site, but on occasions and in exceptional circumstances, a lower amount might be considered. In this instance, we have the Annex 9, which requires a minimum of 20% on build for rent sites. And we also, like I've mentioned before, we have the extant planning permissions for prior approval on the site. So following the recent deferral, we now are aware that the applicant will be providing the additional 21 units. And therefore the proposal would provide 20% off in accordance with the local policy, regardless of the fallback position accepted. Taking into account the fallback position, the proposal would provide 31% affordable homes. In terms of securing the affordable housing and the build for rent, the annex helpfully sets out a list of criteria, and all of this will be secured through the Section 106 agreement. I've summarised this in paragraph 108, but just to note a few points. The National Planning Guidance on Build to Rent specifies how the market and affordable rent should be set. So market rent should be assessed using a standard by the Royal Institute of Chartered Surveyors, and the affordable private rent should be set at a level that is at least 20% less than the private market rent, inclusive of service charges for the same or the equivalent property. The actual rents to be charged are not known yet, as it will depend on the market conditions at the time of occupation. As such, prior to the occupation, the agreement will secure the requirement for 3 valuations to be undertaken, which will dictate the monthly rental amount. But the council will be seeking affordable rents, which are affordable to the income group assessed. Allocation criteria will be secured to ensure the affordable private rent units will be for incomes below £40,000 for a single person or £60,000 for a couple. The agreement will secure a covenant for a period of 15 years on market units to ensure the homes are maintained for rent, and provisions will be put in place for compensation if this is broken. And this is a normal a normal period of time that's in on these build to rent units. The affordable units will be secured in perpetuity. So if the properties are sold at any time in the future, the council would be entitled to a commuted sum. Service charges will be included in the rent, and this includes costs of things like managing and maintaining the scheme, repair and replacement of the appliances, water and sewage rates, and the 3-year membership to the car club. All the other outgoings, such as council tax and utilities, will be paid separately by the tenant. Optional services such as the gym and swimming pool will be available to those that want them at an additional charge. We'll have a local connection criteria of 2 miles, which will be applied to the affordable units, and a 3-mile local work connection. And we expect to secure tenancies that last longer than 3 years, and a break clause will be for the tenant only after the first 6 months has elapsed. So subsequent to any decision that's made today, we'll be working on the details of that section 106 with the council's lawyers. So in terms of the detailed design, the application has been through a couple of years of pre-application consultation and engagement with officers. It's also been to the quality panel twice, in October 2020 and December 2020, and it's also been through the disability panel. The last comments from the quality panel, they stated they were generally the panel was impressed with the ambition of the scheme and the quality of the applicant team. There had been real progress since the last review. Scale and massing was not raised as a concern by the quality panel or the impact on the proposed routes onto House Place. The main vehicular access has been improved into the site following the meetings, and there's also been improvements to the water meadows with market buildings at the end. In terms of movement and access in the wide area, the outline planning application for Darwin Green approved a number of high quality cycle routes as part of the city's orbitable route. This includes key cycleways that have served the majority Darwin Green. Right, I'm just gonna go on mute for just a second while I just cough. Okay. So this includes key cycleways that serve the majority of the demand from Darwin Green. So along Huntington Road, there's a new route called the Pavilion Route, which would be a new route into the Darwin Green site. There would be a Toucan crossing on Huntington Road to help serve the development. Windsor Road, there will be another cycleway into the site through Windsor Road as well. Officers are therefore of the view that these routes will be the most used and strategic route that the wider Darwin Green residents would use over the smaller routes such as House Place. In terms of movement and access in the local area, the main vehicular access, where my cursor is, will be via the Lawrence Weaver Road. You will come in and then go into a basement car park. So the majority of the rest of the site will be prioritised cyclists and pedestrians. There'll be a taxi and drop off at the same point. Refuse vehicles would only access House Place. For the apart hotel, there'll be no other vehicular movements down House Place. And there's other, where the arrows are, there are other pedestrian and cycle access points into the site along the Lawrence Weaver Road. The presence of the two pedestrian and cycle access points on House Place have been objected to by existing residents, and I'll talk about this a bit further in my following slide. In terms of cycle provision, there's 593 cycle parking spaces to be provided on site, and this will be located at various locations around the site and close to the access points. So the
Rebecca,
yeah,
sorry, can I just interrupt you for a minute?
yeah.
Councillor Hawkins.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Apologies, it's just we can't see the cursor.
Oh,
The
okay.
pointer can be changed. Thank you.
Yeah, I've tried to do that before, but it doesn't work. But I'll keep moving it around, so then hopefully you'll be able to see it. This would be located at various locations around the site and close to the access points. So the yellow areas are the resident cycle stores. So you'll see them dotted around, which are close to the facilities they serve. And then you'll also see the stars, which are the visitor cycle parking areas. The scheme will exceed the Cambridge local plan requirements on cycle parking, and cycle hire will also be available through the proposed new cycle shop, which is located on House Green. A range of cycle parking has been provided, including Sheffield stands, two-tier stands, and cargo bike parking, which would provide a range of options. To note that all build-to-rent units will be provided as Sheffield stands. In terms of the landscape master plan, this has been a landscape-led proposal taking cues from the surrounding open spaces on House Place and Darwin Green. House Green, which you can see my cursor going around there hopefully, sits central to the development. The Water Meadows, which is a more informal space, sits towards the northern end. Informal open spaces will be located around the edges of the site, providing additional amenity for residents. Private communal courtyards are located within the central aspects of some of the buildings, along with balconies and roof terraces to provide additional choice. There'll also be play along the way features for any children that might occupy the site. Just to note, there's I've circled the two access points into House Place on this master plan, and I'll talk about these further in the subsequent slides. In terms of tree removal, there's a group tree preservation order on the site that mainly covers the bleached lime trees. In reference to the submitted arboricultural impact assessment, in option A, a total of 9 bleached lime trees are to be removed, 3 of which might need to be removed due to their health condition, regardless of the proposed development. Following third-party concerns, the developers agreed to a condition to allow for a further assessment to be carried out by an arboricultural specialist, so the number of trees that might need to be removed might actually decrease. In total, on option B, 8 bleached lime trees are to be removed. Under this option, a single tree to the northern end does not need to be removed, unlike option A. So this one on my cursor is circling. The 6 healthy trees, or 5 under option B, will be replanted in gaps along House Place to limit the loss. And a new bleached lime trees will also be planted along the Lawrence Weaver Road, enhancing the character of this street. In terms of option A and option B, following concerns raised at the Development Control Forum back in November, the developer unilaterally put forward option B to remove access points on to House Place to address the concerns. So as you can see my cursor here, so the top plan shows option A, which would be to include these 2 access points for pedestrians and cyclists. And there would, like I've said, there'll be up to 9 tree removals we do not consider the likely movement along this road is likely to be limited and localised to the development and to House Place residents, and therefore it's considered to not cause any kind of highway safety or heritage concerns. In terms of option B, which was put forward if members decide to support this option, the central access point will just be for emergency vehicles only, and it will be reinforced with reinforced grass in the event that that's needed. And my cursor's just disappeared. And then the other point, the other access at the end will be removed, and the tree will be retained. I think my screen has. Can people still hear me?
Yes, Rebecca, we can still hear you.
Sorry, I just everything's frozen on my screen, so let's try it. Just bear with me a second. I'm trying to. I just can't move my presentation on at the moment. Sorry, I think. Apologies, my mouse battery has decided to die, which is why the screen up. In terms of open space provisions, the policy 68 requires all residential development to contribute towards open space, and the policy sets out that in exceptional circumstances, an off-site contribution can be used. In coming to a view on what's classed as open space, the policy does not provide a definitive list, and therefore it's effectively up to the decision maker to do this on a site-by-site basis. Appendix 1 does helpfully set out some the formula to be used. The proposed plan here has subdivided the areas to show what each of these spaces will be used for. So the yellows will be the public accessible areas of the development, and the purple and pink areas will be the privately accessible open areas. Outdoor sports requirement and some affordable open space will be provided through an off-site contribution with the remainder on site. The children's play space requirement has also been met on site and will be provided in some of the private areas as play along the way. Private amenity on site will also be addressed through balconies and terraces, in addition to the other spaces they will have access to. So in terms of the informal open space provision, the crosses on this plan show the areas that have not been included in the informal open space calculation, and which we have collected an off-site contribution towards. In terms of scale, massing, design and appearance, in 2007, the parameter plan for the adjacent Darwin Green development secured building heights between 1 to 4 stories. In terms of the wider context, the general building heights to the northwest quadrant of Cambridge are now between 2 to 5 stories high. Whilst the proposal does include a 5th story, it remains at a small central part of the development, and the submitted visuals have demonstrated that there would not be an impact to the character and area of the area from the key approaches. This slide shows the edge conditions along the Lawrence Weaver Road and House Place. The relationship between existing and proposed changes in scale are mediated along with roof forms provides a suitable, is considered to be suitable in terms of the character of the area. So this top plan here shows a section through from the Lawrence Weaver Road. So we've got building A to the right hand side, and then we've got the existing Lawrence Weaver Road buildings to the left hand side. Likewise, there's a section on the bottom right here with House Place. So we've got building F, and the roof form has been has a slant in it to reflect the character, the softer character of this area and the existing House Place residents. The Urban Design Officer and the Quality Panel have been supportive of the applicant's approach and have not raised any concerns or objections in relation to scale and massing on the impact of the area. In terms of appearance, variations of grey and buff brick have been introduced to reflect the materials of the adjacent Lawrence Weaver Road, former NIAB building and the Darwin Green apartments. All materials have been labelled on the drawings, but we will seek to secure further details through condition to ensure their quality is taken through to implementation. And I'm just going to skip through the slides. There's just a few visuals and a few views. So this is the viewpoint from House Place into the development site. So you can start to see it up the top of the pleach lines. This is a view from looking up from the Lawrence Weaver Road. So as I've said before, there's a stepped approach to the building. So the 5-storey remains set very central part. So you're not going to experience that when walking along the Lawrence Weaver Road. In terms of residential amenities, so the application was accompanied by a sustainability assessment that considered the sunlight into the public realm and daylight into properties. During the development of the master plan, consideration had been given to maximising the number of dual aspect homes to mitigate overheating and minimise the number of north-facing windows. Given the long, narrow nature of the site, roof terraces have also been introduced to provide longer hours of sunshine. During the application process, third-party concerns were raised in regards to overlooking, loss of light and overbearing. This plan helps show the distances between the properties. I've circled the specific area here as I'm aware that there's local concern from the occupiers of Plymouth Close and Falmouth Close about the back-to-back distances and overlooking. So in terms of the back-to-back distances, as shown, the Muse units, which is building C to E, are positioned between 18 to 21 metres from the rear garden areas of Plymouth Close and Falmouth Close. They've also left a 12-metre distance to the boundary, from the buildings to the boundary. This is an example of a floor plan for building C. The units will be dual aspect, so the main living accommodation will be facing into the site along with the balcony and seating areas. The bedrooms will be located to the rear of the site, facing out onto the backs of the Plymouth Close and Falmouth Close units. The units will have a decked access, so there's need for some external circulation. But like I've said, these will be narrow areas and would not be suitable for seating. The daylight and sunlight assessment has demonstrated that the garden areas to the properties along Plymouth Close and Falmouth Close will continue to achieve the necessary standard in accordance with the BRE guidance. Officers consider the back-to-back distances to be acceptable and have given the considered floor plan, the proposal would not cause any significant overlooking impacts. And these are just some section drawings as well, showing the relationship. So to the left-hand side, we've got the Muse building on the development, which is building D, and then we've got the Plymouth Close to the right-hand side, with the closest point of 18 metres. However, Notwithstanding this conclusion, to help improve this relationship, we have suggested a condition for additional panels to reduce the glazing and the privacy screens on the external circulation areas. For clarity, we have reviewed the outline parameter plans and the design code, and there's no reference to a required specified back-to-back distance. And officers are mindful that the 18 metres is similar distances that have been secured across the wider Darwin Green site. In terms of heritage, so NIAB and the NIAB building to the front and the cottages along House Place are designated as buildings of local interest. To note, they're considered to be non-designated heritage assets. The group's significance arises from the established use of the site by NIAB and the design and landscape setting. So it's just some pictures there. So the application seeks for the demolition of 14 to 15 House Place. These buildings are considered to be separated to the group. And also a previous consent on the site relating to NIAB for the new glass houses permitted the removal of these cottages before. Policy 62, which is buildings of local interest, requires a balanced judgment to be made if there is any harm to these assets, having regard to the scale. The existing extensions on the old NIAB building do not contribute positively to the group. The removal of them and opening up to provide a courtyard area would be a positive improvement. The additional movements generated by the development are considered to be limited along House Place and therefore would not have a significant impact on the group or the character of House Place. And these are just some of the new, so the top photo is current, so the old extensions will be removed and then the new apart hotel will be built. So this is reflective of the existing former NIAB building, which will remain. And this is just another section from House Place with the former NIAB building. So the building heights are very much in line now. In terms of other key material considerations, so the site is taking an all-electric approach. The heating will be by electric, hot water will be provided by hot water pumps. There'll be provision of PV panels on the roofs, around separate to the roof terrace areas, of course. The scheme is meeting and improving on the council's adopted water efficiency policy. So we're actually targeting here 100 litres per person per day, and we'll secure a planning condition for them details. And rainwater harvesting is to be utilised for the landscape irrigation. There'll be a reduction on the site in single aspect windows. So the team have worked quite hard to reduce this through the site. The site will reduce emissions by 74%, which is in excess of our policy requirements of 19%. The apart hotel will also be electric and looking to achieve a BREEAM Code of Excellent, along with PV panels. And we are actually looking at the provision of battery storage on site to allow for the future potential of a microgrid to be created. And we're going to secure trying to get them details through planning condition. In terms of biodiversity, the application site has relatively low ecological value and will be significantly improved by the proposed development. There'll be green roofs on the top of some of the buildings, and this will also be included on the cycle stores at the rear of the Muse houses. Wetland features, amenity grassland and tree planting will also be provided, and we expect it to achieve well over the 10% target in national policy. There'll be 194 car parking spaces on site, and they'll be divided by each of the uses. This includes the provision for the former NIAB headquarters building, which are currently being converted at the moment. The majority of the spaces will be provided in an underground basement, and spaces will be booked and managed on site by the management team. In terms of build to rent, the number of spaces have been influenced by the car ownership trends for this target market, findings from other build to rent schemes, such as one in Trumpington Meadows, and the provision of two car club spaces for ad hoc use by residents. In terms of drainage, the submitted documents demonstrate the site can drain adequately through source control components, swales, pipework, and attenuation basins. And conditions have been recommended to ensure the drainage proposals are built and installed correctly to reduce any flood risk impacts surrounding properties. So in terms of the conclusions, so overall the proposed development in our view would have significant public benefits which are considered to accord with the 3 dimensions of sustainable development. As set out previously, option A is the preferred option by the local authority technical officers because this responds to good placemaking principles. However, if members are minded to approve option B, layout, officers are of the view that it would not have any material bearing on the acceptability of the application when taken as a whole. So officers will take you through the process of option A and option B, depending on the outcome of the debate. Thank you, Chair. That concludes my presentation.
Thank you very much, Rebecca. Would the Director of Planning like to add anything?
Thank you, Chair. Just to say, as Rebecca highlighted at the start, this is you've had a presentation on this proposal before, and there were a number of questions and points made. You need to approach this item with a fresh mind based upon everything that you hear today and the representations and comments that you hear as part of that. As Rebecca said, perhaps after, as the debate draws to a close, I'll explain perhaps how we deal with the options in the paper in front of you.
We'll now go on to the speakers. And I'd just like to remind you that 30 seconds before the end of the time you have allocated to speak, you will be warned, but then you have 30 seconds to wrap up. So, yes, please. Sorry, can you use your speaker, please?
Are there no questions of clarification to the earlier planning officer speaking?
I don't think there are. We're going to have the speakers, and then there'll be more questions. Then there'll be the debate and questions after.
Okay, thank you.
So we will have, objectors will have 6 minutes, split 3 minutes each. So first we have Neil Janian, speaking on behalf of residential properties in Howes Place and in support of the alternative heritage arrangements. And we also have Olivia Lazaris, speaking on behalf, I think, of the new Plymouth Close. Yes. Is Olivia here? Oh, sorry. We have a statement read by Olivia. So, Mr. Janian, when you're ready, can you turn your microphone on and do your presentation? Thanks.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning, members. Just to confirm that I am here today representing all of the residents of Howes Place. Howes Place is recognised as a local heritage asset for the architectural interest of the buildings, the street scene value of the buildings set within formal landscaping, and the importance of NIAB and Howes Place in the social and economic history of Cambridge. In 2010, officers of the local authority recognised that Howes Place was an area of special architectural and historic interest and recommended designation as a conservation area in order to protect and enhance its special character. Later today, you will make an important decision which will impact on the future of Howes Place and on the health, safety and well-being of House Place residents and the residents of the proposed development. The decision is whether to adopt the option A access arrangement, which has been informed by the current placemaking principle of permeability and connectivity, but which pays no regard to the fact that this would A, undo the exemplar of historic placemaking and urban and landscape design for House Place, which established a community life of peace and tranquility in an Arcadian setting after a period of death and destruction during the First World War. B, irreversibly harm the heritage assets of House Place and the close-knit community ethos which was so successfully realised by generous benefactors 100 years ago and which has been lovingly nurtured by 4 generations of residents. And C, intensify the use of House Place and put pedestrians and cyclists in an environment of undue hazard where vehicles are manoeuvring and where pedestrians and cyclists may not be expected. Or whether to adopt the Heritage Option B access arrangement, which will protect the heritage assets of House Place, as demanded by Local Plan Policy 62, by reducing the number of protected trees requiring removal, reducing the scale of hard landscaping works, and introducing hedgerows to enhance the delineation between House Place and the development site. House Place is an unadopted, poorly constructed, unlit and narrow residential street. It was not designed or intended to be safely used to service a 200-bed apart hotel and to provide pedestrian and cycle access to 300 residential dwellings. Heritage Option B has been jointly developed and agreed between the applicant and House Place residents to ensure that, with the exception of refuse collection from the apart hotel, all vehicle, pedestrian and cycle connections from the proposed development will be onto Lawrence Weaver Road, a purpose-built roadway with dedicated footpaths and cycle lanes. Heritage Option B avoids House Place being the shortest and quickest, but definitely not the safest route for pedestrians and cyclists travelling between the proposed development and the city centre, and being used for overflow amenity space and car parking. To sum up, Heritage Option B provides for the protection of heritage assets of House Place and significantly improves highway safety. It is fully supported by the applicant and the City and County Councillors for Castle, and officers have confirmed that it does not have a material bearing on the acceptability of this planning application. Heritage Option B is unanimously supported by House Place residents, and we implore you to adopt it. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Janian. And now our Committee Manager, Sarah Steed, will read the statement on behalf of Olivia Lazarus.
Chair, if I may, just before I begin, just to confirm for those that are watching the live stream and anybody who watches the subsequent recording, your name and title previously came up as Executive Counsellor for the City Council. Obviously, for the purposes of this meeting, you are acting in your capacity as Chair of the committee, so apologies for those that are watching the live stream in case this causes any confusion. Sorry. We 14 households of Falmouth Close and Plymouth Close object to the proposed terrace buildings C, D and E. We request the JDCC to adopt the proposed amendments to protect the amenity, privacy and well-being of current and future residents. Our houses are our homes where we wish to enjoy family life without 1. The privacy of our bedrooms, living rooms and back gardens being compromised due to overlooking from 37 first and second floor windows and external walkways. 2. Our domestic peace being disturbed by noise from the proposed 3-storey blocks due to a back-to-back distance of 18.5 metres, compromising a 12.5 metre multifunctional space, providing a 3 to 6 metre wide footpath, 4 dedicated communal children and teenager play areas within 3 metres of our boundary, and 3 cycle storage buildings abutting our garden fences. This is the product of inconsistency in planning between the Darwin Green and the NIAB developments. For Darwin Green, a parameter plan ensures residents of 11 existing streets like ours will benefit from limited overlooking and loss of privacy as new development limited to 2-floor houses with PD rights removed for dormers, minimum back-to-back distances of 22.5 metres with private gardens between the houses, overlooking minimised by placing bathrooms to the rear, offsetting the houses with breaks between pairs of semis and short terraces. Our streets will be harmed from maximum overlooking and loss of privacy due to 3-floor flats, back-to-back distance of 18.5 metres with 12.5 metre multifunction space, materially different from backing onto a private garden, overlooking maximised by a continuous line of 19 first floor and 18 second floor bedrooms, with external walkways which allow residents to gaze down to our gardens, kitchens, living rooms and bedrooms. On grounds of consistency in planning and protection of the residential amenity of Falmouth and Plymouth Close, we ask the committee to make the following amendments. Number 1, building heights, to limit the height of the proposed buildings C, D and E to 2 floors. Number 2, walkways and party terrace, to remove all external walkways to buildings C, D and E and the party terrace at building E. Number 3, back-to-back distance, to increase the back-to-back distance from 18.5 metres to a minimum of 22.5 metres. Number 4, multifunction space, to redesign the space between the flats and our boundary fence as follows. To relocate the 4 proposed communal children and teenage play spaces 7 metres away from the boundary. To condition hours of use for the communal children and teenage play spaces and sources of noise nuisance at all hours. To plan to maintain shrubs and fences on the additional 4 metres of land together with a 3 metre high, 1 metre wide hedge along the boundary. To replace the 3 proposed cycle stores of unspecified height to abut our garden fences with basement cycle parking spaces. That concludes the statement.
Thank you very much. We now have the agent to speak, Peter McEwen. Would you like to come to the place? Yeah. So you will have 6 minutes and be warned 30 seconds beforehand. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, members. Following the deferment of the application last month, the applicants are now proposing that the additional 21 affordable units and a total of 58 affordable build-to-rent units are now provided. A high-quality, sustainable development will be delivered on the site, and one that will enhance the setting of the area and continue with the regeneration of this part of Cambridge. The project team has worked in collaboration with your officers over the past 3 years, and the strong officer recommendation is reflective of this positive engagement. The scheme has been presented to the Quality Panel on 2 occasions, the second at the request of the applicant, and their input has had a major influence in the development of the proposals. They fully endorsed the scheme, commenting on the high-quality design of the development and that it would be a fun place to live. The delivery of build-to-rent accommodation within Cambridge is a new concept. However, there is an acknowledged need for this product, and the proposals comply with both national guidance and recently adopted local policy in the housing strategy. Your housing team have been involved throughout and fully support the application. The housing is predominantly aimed at those people who are unable to buy their home and who do not qualify for affordable housing. Across Greater Cambridge, 26% of households are in incomes of £30,000 to £50,000 per annum, and the affordable units will be available to this group of people. It has been demonstrated how the units would be affordable, and mechanisms will be put in place and secured through the Section 106 agreement to give control and ensure that these units will be correctly allocated and monitored. The application will also deliver an apart hotel, and the applicants are in advanced discussions with an end user regarding the occupation of this. As outlined within the officer report, sustainability really is at the forefront of this landscape-led development. This is particularly given the Council's shift towards zero carbon. Some of the key credentials are as follows: 74% carbon reduction exceeding Part L of building regs. This is greater than the 19% local plan requirement. The apart hotel will achieve a minimum BREEAM excellent standard, aspiring for outstanding. An all-electric approach to heating and hot water and PV panels will be adopted at site. 100 litres per person per day water consumption and that is an improvement on the local plan requirement of 110 litres. Sustainable drainage strategy will be introduced, including green roofs, rainwater gardens, swales, and rainwater harvesting. A significant biodiversity net gain will be achieved on site, with plus 92% for habitats and plus 41% for hedgerows. 2 car club vehicles will be provided on site, and also 100 plus EV charging points and various food growing areas for residents. The proposed development will respect the setting of House Place, with the 4 rows of protected peach trees retained, with any removed transplanted on site. The scale and massing would be sympathetic to the local character, with a high-quality public realm and buildings proposed. The design is fully supported by urban design officers and by the quality panel. Suitable separation is also provided to ensure that the residential amenities of surrounding properties will be protected. The relationship with the Plymouth Close properties is a comfortable one, and urban design and planning officers are satisfied with the separation distances proposed. These distances exceed those found between the 3-storey dwellings on Plymouth Close and Beagle Road. A high-quality environment will be provided for future residents, with each of the build-to-rent units provided with either a private terrace or balcony area, as well as additional communal areas of open space, which include courtyard areas, roof terraces, and roof garden areas. A comprehensive landscaping scheme is proposed, with a variety of open space areas to be delivered. The level of open space provision exceeds other recently approved similar developments within the city. An exemplar application is being promoted on the site, and the process can only be described as comprehensive. The significant local benefits to be delivered is acknowledged within the committee report and include the introduction of a gym, swimming pool, microbrewery, cafe, bike hub, co-working space, and public areas of open space. These facilities will all be accessible to non-residents of the development. The proposals have been subject to a comprehensive engagement exercise locally, with both key stakeholders, including House Place and Darwin Green residents. Following the Development Control Forum last year, we have held positive discussions with House Place residents, with the Option B site plan arrangements designed in concert with residents. The applicants fully support Option B and would be happy for this to be adopted. In summary, we would respectfully request that members concur with the officer recommendation and support this planning application that will deliver significant benefits, including the delivery of much-needed build-to-rent accommodation, including 58 affordable homes within Cambridge. Many thanks for your time.
Very much. We'll now have ward councillor presentations. We have 3 statements to be read by the committee manager on behalf of Councillor Payne, Councillor Sarah Bagent and Councillor Ree, but we have Councillor Smith here first to make a presentation. Cross to the public speaker location, thank you.
Chair, thank you, committee. At the Development Control Forum on the 4th of November, members of the committee made several comments on how a better development outcome could be achieved. It's in this context, the applicant deserves credit for their collaboration with residents of House Place to prepare an alternative access option designed to protect House Place as a designated local heritage asset. Other matters, though, have been largely ignored, notably massing, which has informed objections from residents neighbouring the site. As you have already heard, the residents of Falmouth Close and Plymouth Close will be the most adversely affected by the proposed development. Massing is also a factor in provision of an access to secure cycle parking and car parking in relation to the former NIAB office building. This is a material consideration in determination of this planning application, as this provision can only be met within the application red line. So in this context, I'm going to make remarks about House Place and the related access options A and B. relationship between providing 92 cycle parking spaces and 32 car parking spaces residents of the former NIAB office building and application. Falmouth Close and Plymouth Close, where residents are concerned with the impact on their amenity due to overlooking from proximity of the proposed three-storey buildings, C, D and E, as identified in the drawing pack, which I hope you have in front of you, because I'll want to refer to that later. So first turning to House Place, the forum members made the following comments. They said this is a local heritage asset, it needs to be protected and enhanced. They said there should be no vehicular access via House Place. The desire line for access needs to be via Lawrence Weaver Road for safety purposes. So harm to a local heritage asset under Local Plan Policy 62 presents material planning ground for refusal. At the forum, it was made clear the main source of harm would arise from opening proposed development to House Place, the option A access arrangements. And in response, the applicant's agents, as you've heard, and the residents, as you just heard, have concluded retaining separation between House Place and development site would be sufficient to address this possible policy objection. This will be met through the adoption of enhanced option B, the heritage option. In their presentation document, the applicant agent states, "We met with House Place residents on multiple occasions to discuss their concerns and have since come up with the alternative option B with respect to heritage considerations and access addressing these concerns. The applicant wants to continue to build on this relationship with the residents of House Place and as such fully supports the adoption of option B and hopes the application will be approved on this basis. Opposed to this is the officer's advice to approve A, although it's now given as presented as a neutral option. But the officers have previously advised option A is preferred as residents of House Place may wish to access facilities of House Green. Residents have signed a petition saying they don't want that. And that option A is preferred on the grounds of placemaking principle of permeability and connectivity. This is a recognised planning principle, but its application needs to be considered on the merits of each case. The residents have spelt out in detail how permeability and connectivity would render substantial harm to the local heritage asset. It pays no regard to the founding developer's vision of community life and the architect's urban design and landscaping, combined to create and reproduce successive generations of cohesive communities and an urban form we now know as a local heritage asset. And as just been referred to, the detailed conservation area appraisal carried out in 2009-10, this led to a report to the then Environment Scrutiny Committee saying the assessment shows that the area clearly meets the statutory conservation area criteria of an area of special architectural and historic interest, the character or appearance of which is desirable to preserve or enhance. It is therefore recommended that the draft appraisal be approved and adopted. It's unfortunate that the Council withdrew the report at the request of the agents acting on behalf of NIAB and the landowners of the now Darwin Green site, pending consideration of planning application. And as a subsequent lapse in the administration of the designation process, House Place was left with the weaker protection of Local Plan Policy 62. So as matters stand, promotion of option A serves to compound the unfortunate administrative failure of the past. We cannot and must not be so careless with our city's precious heritage. The applicant's agents and residents have collaborated to produce a more acceptable alternative, the heritage option B. This option responds to the requests made by members of this committee, the Development Control Forum. It's supported by the applicant, it's supported by the residents, it's supported by all 4 local councillors. It supports and sustains the vision of the builders of House Place as an Arcadian haven for the purpose of a shared community life contained within a remarkable landscape setting. This vision lives on through the vibrant community whose testimony you have heard today. Imposing a placemaking principle of permeability and connectivity on House Place would undo all of this. Only option B can fulfil the requirement under Local Plan Policy 62 for development to protect and enhance local heritage assets. I now want to turn to access to and provision of the 92 cycle parking and 32 parking spaces for the residents of the former NIAB building. And I'll explain why this is an important issue today. The prior approval for conversion of the former NIAB office building to 68 dwellings in May 2020 proposed 32 parking spaces, of which 5 will be accessible, and provision of 92 cycle parking spaces, 42 with access via Lawrence Weaver Road, and 44 via House Place. The car park and route to the cycle parking spaces was subject to the proposed apart hotel development. The prior approval was subject to two preoccupation conditions. On the 15th of March this year, the discharge of Condition 2, pedestrian and cycle linkages application, was refused under Local Plan Policy 80. The Highways Officer commented the proposed route through the car park, and this is the car park where the apart hotel will be built, would have both pedestrians and cyclists in an environment of undue hazard where cars are manoeuvring in and out of the space and where pedestrians and cyclists may not be expected. A clear and convenient and segregated route should be provided. The minimum information requirements should provide width, surfacing, lighting and signage of the proposed route. On the 17th of March this year, the discharge of Condition 3, cycle parking plan application, was refused. The Highways Officer commented the application fails to provide acceptable cycle plan details against requirements of Appendix L of the Local Plan Cycle Parking Guide for New Residential Development. It fails to support sustainable access to development and the safe and efficient use of the adopted public highway contrary to Local Plan Policy 80. This application proposes, the drawings have on it a 22-space cycle store with access via House Place and a 56-space cycle store with access via Lawrence Weaver Road. But it doesn't make provision for the sustainable access or would comply with the Local Plan Policy 80, and that's why it's material issue today, in my view. The application made no reference to this application and the impacts of the development on the route. This is during and after construction, and the impact on the building and landscape setting recognised as a local heritage asset, of course, the NIAB, former NIAB office building. The planning application considered today includes provision for 32 parking spaces and a 30-space store for conventional cycles and 8 spaces for cargo bikes for residents of the former NIAB office building in the basement of the apart hotel. The solution assumes a resident, this is a cyclist resident of the former NIAB HQ building would, before commencing their cycle journey, leave the former NIAB office building on foot, enter the apart hotel and use either a lift or stairs to the basement car park, retrieve their cycle and leave the building via a tightly confined lift or more probably via a more hazardous vehicle ramp. So this raises doubt as to whether the proposed provision of the 38 secure cycle spaces in the apart hotel basement provide a convenient and practical option that will be taken up by occupiers for the former NIAB office building. Now, given that Lawrence Weaver Road is the only safe route for cyclists to enter the site due to the traffic light control junction with Huntingdon Road and dedicated purpose-built and lit cycle paths, the following questions arise. Could a safe pedestrian cycle access be provided on the site between the proposed apart hotel and the boundary with the footway along Lawrence Weaver Road to serve to secure cycle stores on the northwest side of the former NIAB office building? Would approval of the proposed access point to the former NIAB office building gardens at the junction with Huntingdon Road and Lawrence Weaver Road encourage cyclists travelling from the city centre to undertake a hazardous route across the right-hand filter to Lawrence Weaver Road, the city-bound side of Huntingdon Road, and across the dedicated path and cycleway? It's not clear how the requirements for the 32 safely accessible parking spaces and the 92 cycle parking spaces proposed under the prior approval could be provided with acceptable pedestrian cycle linkages to the north and west of the site prior to and during construction of the apart hotel. And the requirement for the 92 cycle parking spaces could be provided with acceptable pedestrian cycle linkages to the north and west of the site after completion of the apart hotel. I appreciate, members, that is incredibly convoluted and difficult to comprehend, but it is important. It's really important because there are 68 new dwellings being nearly completed in that former office building that now can't be occupied until this issue is satisfactorily resolved. And I wouldn't want to see this application, or approval of this application, prejudice the realisation or the fulfilment of those preoccupation conditions. And I'm sure the developer is keen to get those dwellings occupied as much as we would want to see them occupied. But I just don't want to see this application prejudice the realisation of the fulfilment of those conditions. And that's why I've gone to great lengths this morning to bring that to your attention. So on the third point, this is the Falmouth Close and Plymouth Close. The committee has just heard representations made on behalf of residents of Falmouth Close and Plymouth Close objecting to the proposed terrace buildings C, D and E and proposing amendments to protect the amenity, privacy and well-being of current and future residents. At this point, it would be helpful if you could look at your drawings and turn to drawing pack elevations buildings C and E, facing onto the back of the houses in Falmouth Close and Plymouth Close. Now, as you'll see, building C is 10.5 metres high between the ground level 19.1 metres and the roof line of 29.15 metres. A person standing on one of the second floor walkways would be 8 metres above ground level. Now, to bring this to life, the wooden rail around the top of this chamber is 6.86 metres high. Yes, and I am a geek and I have measured it. So if you are standing on the balcony, your eye line would probably just be on the ceiling. So that gives you the idea of the height. The chamber is 13.5 metres wide, and the boundary, the garden boundary between the development and the House Place gardens, which are 6 metres long, would be just behind you to me, just about there. So it's about 12.5 metres. So if you're standing just below the council chamber's ceiling...
Can we just, sorry, Councillor Smith, 1 minute, please. Councillor Daunton.
Did you capture it all? Claire, thank you. Okay, thank you. I beg your pardon. Thank you. So if you're looking down from the ceiling to this wall, you'll have the same view as someone standing on the external walkway, looking into the gardens, the living rooms, the kitchens, the bedrooms of the houses in Falmouth Close. Now, to make matters worse, the 12.5 metre space between the flats and the garden boundary, which, as I said, just less than the width of the chamber, there'll be the 3 to 6 metre footpath, cycle path, children and teenager communal play areas, which ends just 3 metres from the boundary fence, and 3 bike stores abutting the garden fences. Now, at Darwin Green, this committee is continuing to facilitate land backing onto existing homes whilst protecting the amenity, privacy and well-being of neighbouring residents. The result, approved and pending planning applications for Darwin Green, well if approved, protect the amenity of the residents of Briley Walk, Blandford Walk, Brownlow Road, Martingale Close, Caverson Close, Tavistock Road, Stratfield Close, Windsor Road, Woodlark Road, Huntingdon Road, and House Place. Now, Falmouth Close and Plymouth Close are in the same context as these streets, but they're not being afforded the same protection. This development, as proposed, falls short on every dimension of sensitive planning required to protect residential amenity. It's proposing 3-floor development in place of 2, shorter back-to-back distances, a large volume of direct overlooking windows in place of mitigating windows, the direct overlooking, multi-purpose land use between the proposed and existing houses in place of private gardens. And that's materially different. So if members are minded to approve this application as they've been recommended to do so, they may wish to make conditions amendments to secure better development outcomes. Members will recall the precedent for this approach when they consider the Darwin Green BDW56 application. They may also note the applicant's offer to providing 21 affordable dwellings does not include provision for compensation in the event of the dwellings being sold in 15 years' time. So the additional affordable dwellings are basically offered on a temporary basis, or albeit temporary being 15 years. So, house place. Based on the evidence presented and the cases made, members may wish to adopt option B, the heritage option, as this can better fulfil requirements under Local Plan Policy 62 for development to protect and enhance local heritage assets. 2, access to and provision of the 92 cycle parking, 32 parking spaces for residents of the former NIA building. In the event of committee approving this application, members may wish to attach a condition amendment requiring approval of proposals that provide prior to, during and after the construction of the apart hotel and without harm to the local heritage asset, buildings of local interest and the formal landscape setting. So they provide safe, accessible pedestrian linkages to the northwest side of the development site, leading to the secure cycle parking spaces. And in respect of Falmouth Close and Plymouth Close, on the grounds of consistency in planning and protection of residential amenity of Falmouth Close and Plymouth Close, members of the committee may wish to consider the following amendments: to limit the height of the proposed building C, D and E to 2 floors, to remove all external balconies and walkways to buildings C, D and E, to increase the back-to-back distance, 18.5 metres to a minimum of 22.5 metres, to redesign the space between the flats and the boundary fence by relocating the 4 proposed communal children and teenage play areas 7 metres away from the boundary, attaching conditions of hours of use and sources of noise in accordance with National Policy Framework 170E and 180E and Local Plan Policy 35. Planting and maintaining shrubs and trees on the additional 4 metres of land, together with a 3 metre high, 1 metre wide hedge along the boundary, and relocate the cycle parking to the basement of the car park. Thank you for enduring that. Members of the committee, appreciate your patience and endurance. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Smith. Now we will have the statements from Councillor Payne, Councillor Sarah Bajan and Councillor Reid.
Statements from Councillor Cheney Payne. I note that there have recently been some positive and constructive meetings, discussions and exchanges of information between the applicant and the residents of Howes Place and Darwin Green, and that these have resulted in the development of mutually agreeable alternative heritage access arrangements referred to as option B for the proposed development. There is unanimous support from the residents of Howes Place for the heritage access arrangements option B on the following grounds. 1. With the exception of refuse collection for the apart hotel and emergency services, the heritage access arrangements would remove all vehicle connections between the proposed development and Howes Place. 2. The heritage access arrangements include 4 dedicated cycle and pedestrian access points and 1 multimodal access point which provide residents of and residents to be the proposed development with direct and easy connectivity to the proposed built roadways, footpaths and cycle lanes on Lawrence Weaver Road and fully support the sustainable transport requirements. There is a need, however, for the County Council to press ahead to adopt Lawrence Weaver Road so the required legislation to protect the cycle lanes from being used for parked cars can be implemented. 3. The heritage access arrangements significantly improve highway safety by removing the multimodal and cycle and pedestrian access points on Howes Place, an unadopted, poorly constructed, unlit and narrow residential street proposed under the option A access arrangements. The heritage access arrangements minimise the harm to the appearance, character and setting of the heritage assets of Howes Place by reducing the number of protected mature bleached lime trees requiring removal to as few as 3 trees, significantly reducing the scale of hard landscaping works to the reconstruction widening of up to 50 metres of existing footpaths, and introducing additional hedgerows to create a natural delineation between Howes Place and the proposed development. 5. The heritage access arrangements minimise the harm to the amenity of current and future residents of Howes Place by avoiding the creation of shortcuts, primary desire lines along Howes Place, which would divert pedestrians and cyclists travelling to and from the city centre, including electric scooters and motorised two-wheeled vehicles, away from Lawrence Weaver Road and onto House Place, both pedestrians and cyclists in an environment of undue hazard where vehicles are manoeuvring and where pedestrians and cyclists may not be expected. Avoiding the creation of House Place as the backyard of the proposed development by removing direct and easy access to overflow amenity space and car parking in House Place for residents of and visitors to the proposed development, and avoiding the use of House Place for commercial vehicles, deliveries and drop-offs and pick-ups for residents of and visitors to the proposed development, including the central open public space and amenities. It is indisputable that House Place represents an exemplar of historic placemaking due to the architectural interest of the building and the grouping and street scene value of the buildings set within the formal landscaping of House Place, and that the appearance, character and setting of House Place should be preserved for the benefit of current and future generations. I therefore fully support the adoption of the heritage access arrangements option B in the event that planning permission is granted in relation to this planning application. Councillor Sarah Bagent's statement. Dear members of the JDCC, on the 6th of April 2022, you'll be asked to make a choice between the access option A and option B, the heritage option. The latter option serves to protect House Place. To gain a better understanding of the need to protect House Place, we've asked residents to tell us why this is important to them. The testimony they've provided brings to life the enduring impact of great placemaking. House Place is a physical and living product of the philanthropic vision to create a place of peace and community, life after death and destruction of the First World War. Voices of a resident who was brought up 3 children in House Place. We need to start with the history of House Place to truly understand how the philanthropic's vision for a self-contained community informed the design, layout and landscape, and how their vision and the place and the people have shaped family and community life over 4 generations. The first residents were former First World War soldiers and their families. There was a communal laundry, a communal hot water system and communal gardens to the front and rear. It is a living example to our generation of what Build Back Better can look like. The next generation of residents were the widows and families of RAF personnel who were killed during the Second World War. As these families grew, their homes and community ethos were passed to a new generation of owner-occupiers and tenants. My experience of living here is that you get to know everyone and share responsibilities with each other. We look out for the safety and care of the children and the elderly. It's an enduring joy to see the children playing in the front gardens and learning how to ride their bicycles in the street knowing that they are safe. It's such an unusual and unique environment. House Place sits in people's hearts all their lives. Voice of a new resident. Cambridge is a beautiful ancient city now plagued by areas of cheap-looking new build apartment blocks designed to maximise cash in pockets of investors who have no interest in the history of the city and the people who live here. These developments have no soul or longevity. We must challenge their free expansion and protect the city's heritage so that it can be enjoyed by future generations. House Place is a beautiful and quiet part of Cambridge, and option B access arrangements are the only way to protect it. Voices of long-term residents. I met the developer's architect in the street and he told me House Place is an underused asset. I told him it's our home, our community, it's part of our heritage, not an asset to monetise. To be linked to the proposed development of a 201-room apart hotel and 297 flats would completely overwhelm our 21 homes in House Place. House Place is like a country lane. It was never meant to be a multimodal route for large-scale development. Option A would bring irreversible change. Our children would not be safe to play together and we would lose our community spirit. The ideas are straight out of a textbook. They don't make sense in House Place, which was designed to be a self-contained place and community. It's the council's responsibility to plan for better new neighbourhoods, not to destroy existing ones that work. Why is the council even thinking about option A when there is no benefit to existing residents and no need to do it? Do tree protection orders mean anything? House Place is a quiet oasis. It needs to be saved so future generations can enjoy it as previous people have enjoyed it. When visitors see House Place for the first time, they say, what a different and special place. They ask who built it. If option A goes ahead, they will say it used to be special, who wrecked this? We are the people most affected by this development and we have zero input. It was only after the Development Control Forum that the developer began to listen. We all agree option B is a good solution. In summary, the residents of House Place have spoken. Their voices will form part of the historical record and cultural memory of this part of the city, as will the committee's decision today. I share the residents and the other councillors who represent them that option B is the only that will protect House Place in perpetuity. County Councillor Ray's statement. The County Councillor for Castle, I wish to record my wholehearted support for option B, heritage option access arrangements, and opposition to option A. Option B is the product of a recent collaboration and agreement between the applicant and residents of House Place. It carries the support of the applicant and the unanimous support of House Place residents and my fellow councillors who represent Castle. This support is based on the following grounds. Number one, option B, the heritage option access arrangements, would remove all vehicle, pedestrian and cycle connections between the proposed development and House Place, except for refuge collection for the apart hotel and emergency services. Number two, option B fully supports sustainable transport requirements as it includes 4 dedicated cycle and pedestrian access points and 1 multimodal access point. These would provide residents of and visitors to the proposed development with direct and easy connectivity to the purpose-built, lit and adoptable footways, cycle paths and highway on Lawrence Weaver Road and fully supports sustainable transport requirements. These are the direct routes to the facilities of Darwin Green and Eddington, on which residents of the new development will need to rely due to the lack of on-site facilities, notably amenity space. Number 3, option B significantly improves highway safety by removing the possibility of a turning House Place, an unadopted, poorly constructed, unlit and narrow residential lane into a busy, multimodal and cycle and pedestrian access route point as proposed under option A site access arrangements. Number 4, option B minimises the harm to the appearance, character and setting of the heritage assets of House Place by reducing the number of protected bleached lime trees to be removed to 2 trees, significantly reducing the scale of hard landscaping works for the reconstruction, widening of up to 50 metres of existing footpaths, and introducing additional hedgerows to create a natural delineation between House Place and the proposed development. Option B minimises the harm to the amenity of current and future residents of House Place by avoiding the use of House Place as a shortcut for which it is unfit, avoiding the creation of House Place as the backyard of proposed development by removing direct and easy access to overflow amenity space and car parking in House Place for residents of and visitors to the proposed development, and avoiding the bad neighbour antisocial use of House Place for commercial vehicles, deliveries, drop-offs, pickups for residents, visitors to the proposed development, most notably the apart hotel and the late night opening microbrewery and bar. That's it, Chair.
Thank you very much. I'm going to call a break in a minute, but when we come back after a short break, I'm going to ask the case officer and maybe the Director of Planning if they want to address the specific points and questions raised by the speakers. And then we will go on to debate and questions by members in the order that was suggested at the previous meeting. So I'll just quickly go through the topics. It will be principle of development / housing, the design, heritage and sustainability, then ecology, landscape and trees, then highways, then residential amenity, and finally other issues. So we'll break now for 10 minutes and come back at 20 to 12. Thank you. Case Officer Rebecca Ward, are you with us, please?
Yes, hi Chair.
Hello. I wonder if you can address some of the points raised by the speakers. So there was quite a lot spoken about option B over option A. I don't know if you wanted to add anything. I think you have covered that to some extent. There was also questions raised about the access to the building, the existing building covered by permitted development at the front of the site, and it was raised that this could be a material consideration for this application, as the access to that has not been finalised. So if you or maybe Director or Planning would like to address that one. And then I wonder if you could talk about the comments made about conditional amendments as a principle, and then it was in relation to regarding overlooking of the buildings next to Plymouth and Falmouth Close. It was to do with heights, reducing the heights, the balconies, the distance to the back of the homes, the play areas and hours of use, and shrubs, trees and fence treatment. And I think there was another point about compensation of affordable after 15 years.
Chair, if I could just perhaps start with a couple of points, and I'm sure Rebecca will supplement that. I think if I deal with the third point first, the suggestions in the representations that were received and referred to and read out to the meeting, but also the comments of Counsellor Smith, actually go to the heart of the planning permission. In other words, this is a full application in which the siting, design, appearance and layout of the site are fixed within the current planning application. I think what I heard is suggestions to limit the height. I think in the representations, the suggestion was that the buildings be reduced in height no more than 2 stories, that the siting be adjusted to move the buildings further away, and walkways be removed from the rear. Those are substantive changes to the physical form of the building and cannot be therefore addressed by way of a planning condition. So the only option in front of the council, if those matters are matters that you deem to be unacceptable, is to refuse the planning permission or refuse the planning application, citing any one of those particular reasons on that basis. You've heard, obviously, the officer explanation for the acceptability of the relationship and the basis behind that. But you've also heard from the speakers and from the local member about a counter view. That's fundamentally a matter for the committee to consider today, rather than to feel that it's something that you can do by way of conditions. On the matter of cycle access, the only point I would want to make is clearly there are 2 permissions potentially in place in this circumstance. The first is the planning permission granted through the prior approval process, which has a condition to be satisfied in relation to cycle parking for that building at the front of the site. The other application you have in front of you is for this development, which, as Rebecca has outlined, makes provision for its cycle parking requirements and its pedestrian access requirements. And although there is a commonality or an overlapping layout, and certainly the landscaping for this scheme wraps around the front of, includes the area around the front and sides of the building granted prior approval consent, where cycle parking was proposed to be provided for with access off Howes Place and the main Darwin Green site access road. That proposal was refused, and therefore there is nothing in front of you. It's not, you need to deal with those applications and see those applications separately. So you need to consider today the impact of the proposals seeking permission from you today, so the 297 apartments, on and how successfully they deal with cycle parking. Clearly, the landscaping arrangements are also subject to approval as part of that, but it would be wrong to seek to deal with the conditions of another application, even where they notionally overlay with this site as part of this consideration today. I think in terms of permeability, Rebecca, as you referred to, I think has addressed that point. Perhaps when we get closer to the decision or the committee's final decision on the matter, I'll just come back and explain how option A and option B relate to one another. But Rebecca, is there anything that you think are appropriate to add to help the committee on these?
No, not in regards to parking. I know Dr. Finney is on the call as well. I wasn't sure whether he wanted to add anything, because I know the Highway Authority commented on the original prior approval application.
Thank you, Rebecca. My name is John Finney, Principal Development Management Engineer for the Highway Authority. I will be guided by Mr. Kelly. I will admit to a certain point, thankfully, it is a complex planning issue, and as Rebecca has pointed out, I actually did object to the prior approval on the grounds of safety. I haven't as yet seen anything coming through on that application to resolve that matter. But I thank Mr. Kelly very much indeed for his explanation on the complexities of the planning matter, which is beyond my ken, I'm afraid to say.
Shall I just go on to talk about overlooking?
Yes, please.
Okay, so just to let you know, I've also got Joanna Preston on the call, who's one of the urban design officers who's been leading on this scheme, so I might refer to her in a little while. But yeah, just to confirm, in terms of the heights of the buildings, so the Muse buildings are back onto Plymouth Close, they will be about 10.5 metres in height. So it's more of a 2.5 storey type unit than a tall 3-storey. I'm just going to refer back to my presentation slide just to help explain. Can you see my screen again?
Yes, I can.
Yes, yeah. So yeah, like I've said, we are looking, so there's 18 metres at the closest point. We are looking at actually putting a condition on, which is condition 35, to require screening across this open circulation areas. And we would expect this to be I think it's normally about 1.7 metres in height. So when anyone's walking along these circulation spaces to get into the front doors of their homes, they won't be able to see over or through them. And indirectly, that should help provide a buffer to some of the windows that are on that elevation. Going back to the floor plans, like I said, the bedrooms will be the areas that will be facing out into the Plymouth Close residents, and the key living accommodation where people are likely to spend time will be to the front facing into the site. The 18 metres has been used elsewhere along Lawrence Weaver Road, where there are back-to-back distances that are similar to that. So it's not unusual for a site like this, in this more urban context, to have this 18-metre separation. In terms of the play areas, so this area of land to to the east of the buildings will be communal private garden area. So it won't be accessed by the general public, and it will be for the residents of the Muse buildings only. And in that space, you will have access to the cycle stores. We don't expect, there'll be play along the way features, but there's not expected to be features like slides and swings and bits like that. It will just be kind of quite low level informal features in there. So we don't expect this area to be heavily used over and above what garden areas would be used by residents. In terms of shrubs and the types of shrubs, we can look at the types of planting along the boundary to see if we can get some shrubs and planting in that will provide additional height to provide that kind of buffer from overlooking. And yeah, there's the fencing already on the site that should help provide that kind of separation. Joanna, I didn't know whether there's anything you wanted to add to what I've just said.
You've done a brilliant job, Rebecca, of explaining most of the urban design related comments.
Can't hear you, I'm afraid, Joanna.
Oh. Is that better? Can you hear me now? Yeah.
Well, very faintly, but not enough for people to hear what you're saying.
I'm not sure what's going wrong. I've just tried to unplug my my headphones and see if that helps. I'll try to shout. Rebecca, I think you covered all of the main points. I would just say that this was something that we discussed quite a lot at pre-application meetings as well, and we have also, the applicant went away and made some changes to the scale and massing of the Muse as well along that along building E, to kind of help to break down the mass as well. So it is something that has been considered quite extensively throughout the pre-application meetings, and we are at a point now where we're very comfortable with the relationship.
Thank you. I think, Rebecca, could you just pick up on the question about compensation of affordable after 15 years? There was a query about that.
Yes. So there'll be a 15-year clawback for the build to rent units within the Section 106 agreement. So that means if they're effectively not used if build to rent and that falls away, then there'll be a compensation clawback within that time, and that will need to be written into the 106 agreement. The affordable private rent units will be provided in perpetuity, which means that effectively, my understanding legal terms is forevermore. So if there's a break in that, the developer would need to provide a commuted sum back to the council for them 58 affordable units. So yeah, that would need to be provided. I don't know if Keith Barber, the council's lawyer, wanted to add anything to that.
Keith, do you want to, Mr. Barber?
Yes, Chair. I just confirm really what Rebecca has said in relation to the affordable units. If they are ever taken out of affordable use, there would be a commuted sum calculated based on their market value, and that sum would come back to the council for affordable use in other ways.
Okay. I think we'll go on to members' questions and discussions. I would like to suggest that if somebody raises a point or question, we try hard not to repeat the same question, although you may want to offer an opinion to support a fellow member, but just to try and keep things running smoothly. Let's work to that. So we'll start with principle of development and housing. Does anybody want to speak on that? Councillor Hawkins and then Councillor Porra.
Thank you very much, Chair. I think I actually wanted some clarification, and yes, there is a question. When the case officer was talking us through how the affordable section was going to be allocated, there was a reference to a range of 2 miles and 3 miles. I'm not sure I quite understood what exactly that meant. If I was to extend, I would think that then only applies to people who live in the city and nowhere else. And the second point that I wanted to make is about the ownership of the build-to-rent flats. I know that on page 34, paragraph 85, there was talk about, and I quote, the proposed housing is likely to be retained in a single ownership by a commercial investor and professionally managed and maintained. I do know about the property market industry. I've worked in it. There is a possibility that those flats could still be sold on a leasehold basis by that supposed company. We have no, there is nothing that assures us that it will be just one organization. It could be many. How do we know if that's the case? Does it have to be one organization, or can it be sold to others who potentially could be landlords who buy it on a leasehold basis? The management, then, they could then insist on managing it by somebody else or another company. How exactly is this buy-to-rent going to meet the conditions that we set for it? I know the market, I know the industry, hence my question. Thank you.
We'll take a couple more questions and then come back, if that's okay. So, Councillor Pora.
Thank you very much, Chair. Yeah, I was also going to ask about the 24-hour management. I know it might come under residential amenity, but I think it probably comes under principle of development. Just if the officer could confirm how and where the 24-hour management will be. Will it be in the apart hotel, or will there be something separate for the apartments, picking up on Councillor Hawkins' point? I do want to welcome, after the deferral, the fact that the developers have reached the 20% affordable homes. I think it's important to note that, because clearly that was important to members, and it's also important to note when someone has met us with that. So I'd like to thank the applicant for doing that. Could I just check as well, play provision off-site, things like that? I'm assuming the reason a lot of it is a long way off-site is because we've got already funding for the ones that are nearby that are coming forward on Darwin Green. That'd be great if officers could confirm that. And I think the officer in her original presentation talked about some conditions that Councillor Smith, I think, might have put forward, and I just don't know if they related to principle of development, but I wonder if we could see them, as I think the officer said she was happy to accept some of them, seem to relate to something except emergency access. Thank you.
Councillor Bigott, please.
Thank you, Chairman. So I've got two questions. So one of which relates to the 20% affordable housing that Councillor Porra just mentioned. Could we receive a clarification or an explanation of the legal basis by which we're not able to ask for 40% affordable housing? And then my second question relates to the statement by Mr. Kelly earlier, where he said that the request for an amendment by the residents of Plymouth Close and related streets, that was substantive and could only be dealt with by refusal. So my question is it possible for buildings C, D and E to be removed from the scope of this application? Thank you.
Thank you. Rebecca, would you like to come in, and then refer to Stephen Kelly if you wish, please?
Yeah, will do. Just on the first point about the local connection criteria and the 2 to 3 miles. So I understand there'll be a local connection criteria of 2 miles and then a work connection criteria of 3 miles. I'm just going to ask Tracy Harrison, who's on the call. She might be able to explain this just a bit further.
Good afternoon. Yes, we wanted to put a process in for the affordable private rent where we ensured that local people had an option if they wanted to live there. It's a priority for not just those people, but the priority will be for applicants with a local connection or a support network within 2 miles. And there'll also be a travel ban radius, so we're hoping to capture people who work locally. So we want to really think about active travel, walking and cycling, but of course this is just a priority, so if we don't find those, or the letting company doesn't find those people, it will then cascade out to the further area.
Thank you, Tracy. Just going on to the question from Councillor Hawkins about ownership of the site and the build to rent products. I understand that this type of development is kind of owned by long-term investors. Beyond that gets a bit out of my remit, and I'm just wondering whether Stephen or Keith might be able to kind of step in on if they're aware.
Thanks, Rebecca. I think there's a couple of, and in fact, Councillor Bygot's comment is probably pertinent. In Greater Cambridge, institutional private rented accommodation is something new, relatively speaking, other than, you could say, I suppose, the closest comparator is the university. But the government have been very keen to stimulate private sector investment in significant build-to-rent products through a couple of measures, one of which is a change to the National Planning Policy Framework, picking up on Councillor Bygot's point, that reduces the minimum obligation on developers building build-to-rent proposals to 20% in terms of affordable housing, as opposed to the normal locally set criteria of, in our case, 40% through policy. And one of the reasons goes to the way that build to rent at an institutional level is funded. So pension funds and so on generally tend to get involved in the build to rent sector and hold properties for a very long time, because obviously that's a very solid asset class for them, and that's certainly the case in London. And a number of institutional investors, you've heard about Lloyd's getting involved in it, but also Aviva and others are hold property for build to rent for that purpose. What it does, and with scale, and you've seen some of the details of the proposals here, there are economies of scale that come from certain configurations. So clearly independent dwellings, if they were individual houses, perhaps lend themselves differently. But where you have apartments, where you have flats and so on, the general approach is that they're held very much for companies like Granger and so on as well, as single assets and managed holistically through it. Keith might want to comment in terms of the terms of any Section 106 agreement, but they would need to be defined and held as build-to-rent units, precisely because of the planning policy position that applies to them. So we can't, Keith might be able to offer comments in terms of the level of restraint on parcelling up or subdivision or further leasehold sales, but the general approach in terms of build to rent and the definition of build to rent, I believe, includes an element of how that build to rent accommodation is held and managed. But perhaps Keith Barber can comment on that.
Yes, Chair. As you've heard, these units are usually or would normally be let to owned by a single investor. Parcelling them up and selling them off would detract in a value. I can't speculate what any single owner would do in the future, but the Section 106 agreement will create planning obligations that ensure that these are build to rent lets for the minimum period of 15 years. After that, we will see what comes. In terms of public policy, it's not possible to tie up land ownership so that it becomes inalienable. So what we will do is ensure that planning obligations are in place to secure the permission, the use for these units, private and affordable, and that any departure from that will require a variation to the Section 106 agreement. So it would come back to members at some future point to assess that.
Thank you both. Just moving on to, there was a question from Councillor Pora just about the management on the site. So I'm just going to share my screen again. You can see my screen. So building G, where my cursor is circling around here. So within that building, as well as the bike store and a few other bits, there will be the management facilities on the ground floor. So the management will be there on site, responsible for the build to rent units, and will provide necessary security. Likewise, the guard. I know during the application process there were concerns about the garden areas to the rear of the mews, and that security there should hopefully help provide to prevent any kind of crime. In terms of funding for the open spaces, so the off-site contribution for informal open space will go to the Histon Road Recreation Ground. Councillor Gore is right in that the Darwin Green open spaces have already been accommodated for under them outline planning permissions. So yeah, we will look to secure an off-site contribution towards Histon Road to improve the facilities there, which I understand is only about 900 metres away from this development site. I'm going to go back to the planning conditions that have been requested by Councillor Simon Smith. I think Stephen covered the 40% affordable housing, which was mentioned, and the amendment requests again to remove building C, D and E from the plans. Like Stephen said before, this would kind of go to the heart of the planning permission, and it wouldn't be reasonable in our view to put a condition on to remove this. Members would just, like Stephen said before, would have to take a decision based on the merits of the application they have before them. I'm happy to show Councillor Simon Smith's suggested condition changes, but I'm just wondering whether now's the right time or...
Thank you, Rebecca. I think it's probably just helpful to address two of Councillor Smith's conditions, and also to clarify one particular point which he draws attention to. So if we can look in the report at the planning conditions, I think on the first comment that Councillor Smith makes is on condition 43 on page 110. And this goes to the matter of whether or not there is a more specific set of boundary treatments. You'll see under 40 condition. Under condition 43, it falls into a number of parts. You've heard some conversation around this condition, as you can see, relates to that depends upon the outcome of the committee decision on either option A or option B. And Councillor Smith was seeking a more explicit provision in respect of boundary treatment in the event of option B being a recommendation that members wish to follow. And you can see at condition 43 under C, it talks about boundary treatments. Councillor Smith was seeking a more explicit provision about the protection of the existing hedgerows, the provision of a 2-metre high hedge along the balance of the boundary, and a security fence to safeguard the formation of that tree. And depending upon where we arrive at in the debate, we'll perhaps return to that. The other issue that Councillor Smith highlights is in respect of condition 52, and Councillor Smith, through his submissions, had requested a more explicit provision around that in terms of access to house place to the rear of the apartment hotel being controlled for use only by refuse and emergency vehicles. My comment on that is that it's not really appropriate for the planning authority to restrict the movements of emergency vehicles in the case of a firefighting scenario. The only option available to the planning authority, if they didn't follow our plan, would be to serve a breach of condition notice on the fire authority and the developer, which would go down very badly in the magistrates' court, in my view, when we sought to take action. But Councillor Smith does raise a point, and it's at the bottom of that page, it's actually an unnumbered condition, and it says dry riser. And in fact, the condition is incomplete. So because it doesn't have a reason, and it stops earlier. What I would suggest is that condition needs to be modified to essentially require submission of details of the locations of the dry risers for the apart hotel. I've got a form of wording here which I won't trouble you with because it's not massively complex requirement to do so, but in the interests of residential amenity. But that was the those were the comments that Councillor Smith made. Obviously, the location of dry riser would be a building regs and fire authority issue as much as planning authority, but it was, I think, to provide assurance the building could be served appropriately from suitable locations that didn't adversely affect amenity. Thank you.
I think you've covered the points, Rebecca. Have you got anything more?
Yeah, that's
so. I think Councillor Hunt.
Thank you, Chair. I wanted to come back to the open space, and that only 77% of the required public accessible open space will be met on site. So it's failing to meet that requirement. And we have the off-site contribution, as already mentioned, which is £31,900 to improve Histon Road Rec. I just checked, and it is actually probably a mile away or more if you're from the sort of furthest corner of the new site. And probably not a particularly nice walk on Huntingdon Road. But more to the point, I wonder how a shortfall in area can be compensated by improvements to an existing space. That's not going to make it any bigger, is it? Or is it, this improvement? It seems like a sleight of hand to me. That's my comment.
We got any more questions on this section at the moment? Okay, we'll go to Rebecca, please.
Thank you. Yes. So on this site, the development is providing quite a number of different open spaces. So we have got things like the roof terraces and the courtyards, as well as the normal balconies we'd see. With these spaces, they don't sit comfortably under the topic areas of open space in our policy. So whilst they're there and for amenity space, they're not categorised as informal open space by the policy. So that's where we're recognising there is a good level of amenity space on site, but the informal open space is categorised as being slightly short. So we are asking for an off-site contribution to improve the facilities at the Histon Road. It won't make the Histon Road site any bigger. It will just improve some of the facilities there for residents. Hopefully that helps.
Perhaps just to add, I mean, it is a broad principle that in some circumstances it's more appropriate to enhance more expansive areas of open space and add equipment and so on to them to achieve a wider public benefit than meeting the full needs on site. Obviously, with Eddington to the southwest and the future evolution of Darwin Green as well to the across the rest of the site, particularly phases 2 and 3, and areas of open space within that. There are other locations at the end state for the development of this area that will complement the offer of the recreation ground. The view sometimes is that, and it's a matter for members, of course, that appropriate enhancement of the utility of existing parks is also good for helping people to integrate into communities and to share facilities across a wider population than always squeezing in relatively modest areas of additional space within individual sites that generally tend to then not be widely available for the rest of the community to use.
I'm going to go on to the next topic. The third topic is ecology, landscape and trees, so members may want to raise more issues about open space there, but we'll now take design, heritage and sustainability, if members have questions under that. Councillor Hunt and then Councillor Gawthorpe-Wood.
Yes, thank you. I mean, I welcome the improvements over building regs and whatnot for the sort of sustainability in terms of energy, local generation and the economy of running the place. But I wondered a couple of specific things. So on page 58, I think it's paragraph 166, it mentions that it will be direct electric heating. And I just wanted to have confirmation whether that means it's not going to be heat pumps. I think that's what it means. And so what does that mean? That means resistive heating, I think, which is far less efficient than heat pumps. And I'm wondering why that decision has been made, given that some of the other buildings are going to, and I'm talking about the buy to rent here. It says the apart hotel will have heat pumps. So why aren't we having heat pumps everywhere? Because although the scheme is, a big improvement over what's technically required, recent news has shown us that we should be doing everything to minimise energy usage to promote the country's security in its energy supplies. So that was one thing. And the other question was, I think it mentions 40% of roof space has photovoltaic on it. And can we have confirmation that all, or I'd like to see that all roof with a suitable aspect to be properly gained from solar would have solar panels on it.
So on the same theme, I wondered if you could show us the location of the green roofs and the PV panels. On energy supply, do all the flats have their own meters, particularly the affordable ones, affordable build to rent? And this, I'm sorry, this is really to on the previous topic. I think you missed my hand. On principle of development, is it possible in the future or currently to ask for a proper perimeter plan? Because I am very, very concerned about the height and massing. So that's on the design, and particularly on, I think it's C, D and E. So facing, I still have a lot of concerns about the Plymouth and Falmouth side of the development. Okay, thank you.
Before you come in, Rebecca, we could have Councillor Bygott and Councillor Hawkins, please.
Thank you, Chairman. So 2 points for this one. Page 103 in condition 29 says that there should be at least one rapid electric vehicle charge point. So just really to note that there's several different widely used formats for rapid chargers, for example, CCS and CHAdeMO. And if there's a requirement for only one, then presumably they may choose which of those to actually go with, but that would mean that anybody who owned a car which used the other standard would actually not have any rapid charging points. And I think there are some cars that can't use Type 2, which is the standard for that's mentioned in the previous paragraph. So if we get a clarification on that, I think if there were two, then at least that would enable them to have one of each type. And then the other thing was Councillor Smith mentioned in his presentation an issue about the 92 cycle parking spaces and the 32 parking spaces in the former NIA building. Is that something that we can ask about now, or did Mr. Kelly say that that was a different application?
Mr. Kelly did explain that was a different application, but if you need more clarification on that, we can get that at this point.
Okay, so essentially we can't put in his condition as he requested earlier.
That is the advice we've been given.
Okay, thanks.
Councillor Hawkins, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. Certainly good to see the improvements that have been proposed in this revised application. I'm still not clear, though, about the provision of electricity and heating. It says 40% of the roof space will be set aside for PV panels. Is proposal to provide, is that capacity enough to supply the whole of the site? Is that what is being proposed? Or does the electricity organization company need to increase their capacity for that development? Yeah, their network for that development. How is that going to work? The other thing was about the 100 litres per person capacity. Now, obviously, with the emerging Greater Cambridge local plan, we are aiming for 80 litres per person. Just thinking, will they work towards achieving that? I know they've said that, this at 100, but they might want to look at potentially achieving that. And have they made any reference to our biodiversity SPD that we adopted? I don't see anything in there that's referred to it. Just a thought. Thank you.
Becca, would you be able to come back and refer to Stephen Kelly when you need to, please?
Yes, of course, yeah. So just to Emma Davies, who's our sustainability officer, she was with us at the committee last time, but she's unfortunately not able to attend today. But I will try and cover what I can in relation to the sustainability questions. So just to clarify, this is an all-electric development with air source heat pumps being utilised in the apart hotel. For the build to rent, the scheme utilises direct electricity with hot water heat pumps with a cylinder for domestic hot water. The approach has been informed by setting a space heat demand for 20 kilowatt hours in line with the recommendations from the Committee on Climate Change. the scheme is delivering carbon reduction of around 74% compared to the building regulations compliant baseline. So I'm hoping in part that helps answer the questions on air source heat pumps. In terms of the roof spaces, so the development will have biodiverse roofs, which will be combined with PV panels, and around 40% of that roof space will be set aside for them in the application. I'm just going to take the charge point, the EV charge point questions. So condition 29 has been added, which requires a site-wide electric vehicle charging point provision and infrastructure strategy. And the strategy would require them to include a minimum of 50% provision for dedicated slow electric vehicle charging points, with a minimum power rating output of 7 kilowatts for all car parking spaces, and at least one rapid electric charging point, or at least one fast electric charging point, should that not be feasible. That's the standard condition that officers in consultation with the sustainability officer and environmental health have been applying to developments of this scale currently. So that's the approach I understand we're taking. A councillor had a question about potentially using a parameter plan on future schemes, and I'm not quite sure how to answer that or what that means, so I might have to just ask for clarification on that point. And just in terms of the biodiversity SPD, so I know that was recently adopted by the councils. However, the council's ecologist, Guy Belcher, has been commenting on this scheme and ensuring that it complied, well, at that stage complied with the draft biodiversity SPD. So yeah, we're comfortable that the scheme would.
Chair, can
So
I just
add that one question? Oh, sorry, Stephen, go for that.
I just need to probably add a comment, picking up on the point around 40%. Of course, the committee need to bear in mind we're trying to deal with several different things here. One is biodiversity enrichment, and one is the generation of on-site energy. And you effectively, depending on what you want to use your roof for, you can use it for one bit or the other bit. And I think obviously what we're trying to do here is to provide a balanced scheme. What you've heard is that the proposals substantially exceed the requirements in your local plan policy in terms of energy consumption. And understanding Councillor Hunt's point about is direct electric heating the most effective way. Clearly, it's always going to be an element of trade-off between the individual control and utility of individual units, particularly for things like air source heat pumps. If you're going to stick them on the outside of individual units, that presents difficulties, or the metering of the energy that comes through. I think in this case, as a planning authority, given the level to which they have exceeded the requirements of building regs and therefore exceeded our own policy position on it, it's difficult to determine more specifically, in this case, those kind of outcomes. And in terms of electric vehicle charging, one of the things that we're observing is obviously the strategy that I know has been referred to in the conversation sets some minimum parameters. What we're observing is, in fact, already most house builders are putting in 7 kV charge points as a element of demand, and quite possibly understanding Councillor Bygott's concern about different formats, a prudent developer looking to optimise the amenity of their fast charge capabilities, it is open to them to go an increased or supplement a range of formats. I think we've determined a condition format here which we believe satisfies the local plan policy on this matter. If the committee felt that they wanted to go further than that, it's not something that we can necessarily insist upon if it satisfies our policy, but it's something that I suspect the developers will inevitably be looking to achieve above the minimum in this case, given the rate at which fuel crisis, etc., are stimulating the electric car marketplace.
Councillor Hunt wants to come back in, and also Councillor Hawkins asked about 100 litres per person per day for the water use and asked whether 80 litres had been considered. I'd just like to add to that how can the 100 litres per day be monitored by smart meters on each home? Is that what's proposed, or would that be part of the condition regarding the water use? But if Councillor Hunt would like to come back, and Councillor Hawkins, and then we'll get back to you, Rebecca. Thanks.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Well, actually, the comments from the Director of Planning kind of covered what I was going to say. I think he acknowledged that neither the amount of solar PV nor the efficiency of the space heating in the build-to-rent units is what you might call optimal, but it's what we can do with the policies we have. So I kind of accept that. I would just want to make a comment on the water. Does this scheme include any element of grey water system? And could that, if fitted, help to meet that ambitious 80-litre target?
Thank you, Chair. I don't think my question about the capacity of the electric network has actually been answered yet. I missed it.
Do you want to come back, please?
Yes, I'll just come back to you on water efficiency. So currently our adopted policy requires 110 litres per person per day. We've managed to, during pre-application discussions, the developers agreed to target 100 litres per person per day, and we'll secure that scheme under condition 40 of in the draft conditions. So that strategy will need to be agreed prior to the use being occupied. So I think officers feel like we've kind of got them down to 100. We probably couldn't insist that it's 80 at this stage, but that's what we've secured. Rainwater harvesting will be utilised for the landscape irrigation, so that has been included within the scheme in terms of the grey-water harvesting. I did want Councillor Hawkins, could you to say your question again, just so I didn't quite catch it at the end.
Okay, Chair. Thank you. It's the fact that the buildings will have 40% of the roofs with PV panels. Is that sufficient to provide all the electricity that's been used by the development as a whole? How is that used? Is it going to be used in conjunction with the national grid? How do they work together? What's the point of the PV? If it's not enough, then how do the residents actually get what they need?
So if I can offer some comment. It's not possible. In fact, no development generally is able to operate solely on its on-site array. So there is a requirement. You would always put a connection into the grid. The issue is about how the generated energy from the array on the roof is utilised, either in the development or not, and that generally tends to be a dynamic piece based upon the effectiveness or performance of the solar panels at any particular moment in time and demand. So there have been issues in the past in Cambridge in terms of the capacity of the grid itself to receive inputs from photovoltaics, but that is a piece of work that's ongoing, and I know that grid upgrades and reinforcement are forming some of the thinking in other organisations, not just UK Power Networks, but also GCP and so on. So we have to, it will make a contribution, and the assessment of the scheme by the sustainability officer factors that into the contribution that the scheme overall makes to its reduction in carbon emissions.
Can I just also say that there is a further measure that was discussed at pre-application and it was included within the sustainability statement to enhance energy performance, and that was to consider the application of a battery storage on site to allow for the future potential of a microgrid. And we need to see further details in that strategy drawn up, but we have seek to try and secure that through planning condition that's been included in the draft conditions. So hopefully we can start to see some kind of on-site microgrid be put in.
Mr. Gorforth-Wood.
Two things. The first was I was asking, and I think this probably comes under principle of planning, about having perimeter plans, whether that's a possibility. The second thing I wanted to come back on now is if this is a build to rent and a part to tell. So does I'm not sure this is really a planning issue, but is this a domestic or a commercial generation that is energy generation that is going on? I mean, my concern actually is, if you've got a sort of small area network or an area energy network, the difficulty is for individuals who are renting. They don't have their own meters. So does may not necessarily do so, because then they'd have to have their own inverters and things for PV. That's not going to work as far as I can see. So what my concern is that I can't remember in the affordable build to rent, does that include heating and hot water, or are they going to be charged a proportion? Because obviously these are full renting, they're not going to be able to pay high charges or high energy costs. Hopefully this will be sufficiently energy efficient that they don't have high energy costs. Thank you.
Rebecca, can you come back on that? Could I also add about the meters? Could you say whether the homes will is it proposed that they will be separately metered for power, electricity and for water? Thank you.
Yes, so in terms of the build to rent units, they will be utilised using direct electric, and the future tenants of that will be responsible for paying their own electricity bills. So that won't be included within any kind of service charges that are linked to the rent. So that electric bills will be separate. And we understand the water bills will be included within the service charges. And that's what's being proposed by the developer. One of the questions about whether it's a domestic or commercial energy generation, I'm Yeah, unclear and unsure how to answer that. So I might have to see if Stephen could add to that one at all.
Thanks, Rebecca. I'm not sure I can answer that either. Clearly, there's a supply contract that would need to be entered into by the developer. Whether that's a commercial or a domestic supply is a matter probably for them. I'm not sure it makes any difference to the planning authority and the planning merits. So I don't think we can determine that. You did raise a question about perimeter plans, and I suppose like Rebecca, I'm just trying to understand what you envisage the perimeter plan involving. Obviously, in this case, it's not an outline planning permission where we're setting a set of parameters. It's a full planning application where members are being asked to consider the particular details in front of them. You'd normally use plans that define, for example, building envelopes or siting envelopes and so on as part of an outline planning permission. To determine what was within and outside of those parameters. But on a full application like this, I'm not quite sure what you envisage.
Yeah, my concern really is about the height and massing, where it abuts or is nearest to Falmouth and Plymouth closes. And it's really how this whole application and design fits in with what's with the Darwin Green developments and 5 and 6, so that you've got development going on in pockets, but they need to integrate with each other, and that's my big concern, that this isn't really happening. Thank you.
I think we're going to move on to the next topic, which is ecology, landscape and trees. Scott?
Thank you, Chairman. So on the issue of the pleached limes, document mentions twice, page 26, which is I think a consultation response, and then page 143, which is the minutes of the Development Control Forum. It actually uses the word felling of 10 pleached limes, but in earlier presentations, it was said that I think most of those would be replanted. So does it actually say in writing anywhere in the application that those trees will actually be replanted rather than cut down? And if not, could that be properly clarified? Thanks.
Thank you, Chair. I had a quick query about the food and growing space, because I can't actually see that referred to in the conditions. So I wondered if the officer could just point out where those are and whether it would be appropriate to, and I'm always tempted to say I'd like them maintained in perpetuity like we do for green and brown roofs, but at least have some comfort that these food growing spaces will be kind of looked after and nurtured and kept there. And secondly, in terms of the hedge condition, I think that Stephen Kelly mentioned earlier, I'm guessing we'll come on to this under residential immunity, but I would certainly be supportive of a slightly stronger condition, potentially around the Howes Place, Plymouth and Falmouth Close end, if that is a decision we come to later. So I just want to sort of flag it up now, Chair, if that's okay. But I think if we are minded to approve, it would be appropriate to do that, so that residents do have some comfort about the height and the scale of a hedge that might separate the sites. So thank you, Chair.
So can members take note of conditions that they specifically, if we were minded to approve and we wanted to change a condition or amend or add to a condition, please keep a note as we go along, and we'll address conditions further under any other issues. Anyone else on this to me? Councillor Hawkins?
Thank you, Chair. Can we take the heritage options A and B here? I just wanted to see what the, because there was a picture before with the list of the points for and against, or I think whatever they were. Can we just have a look at that and remind ourselves, because there's a lot that's been said, about the speakers on both options, or at least one of them.
I would also like to just add a question about option B, which was the residents made a case for. I would just like to ask if the access, the positioning of cycle stores, has that been considered in relation to option B? It seemed it may be, I was wondering if option A had been the more long-term developed scheme, and then option B is just closing off access. Does that impede the access to the cycle stores, or are you of the opinion that it's the access to the cycle store is the same?
Can I come in now? Okay, just in regards to the tree strategy and the pleach lines. So with the application, we received a plan, a specific tree strategy plan, which showed which trees need to be removed and which trees will be transplanted to different locations. So that indicative plan was submitted. We have got a planning condition that we've added to the draft conditions for an update of that tree strategy to be submitted. As I'm aware, some of the pleach lines which had been highlighted to be removed or transplanted might not need to be now. So we've added a condition for an update to be provided for that. But provided they're healthy, then we expect the trees to be transplanted, and that happened to the front of the former NIA building a few years ago, where some trees were removed to make way for a new cycle, the cycleway along Huntingdon Road. In terms of fruit and areas for growing vegetables, so these spaces, I understand, will be on the roof terraces and accessible to occupiers of the building. The details of them will require through the detailed landscaped plan, and that will require details of management as well. So we'll seek to secure the details and the ongoing management within that document. Your Councillor, for your comments on strengthening the boundary with Plymouth Close and Falmouth Place in terms of hedgerows and species unnoted, we can seek to secure some of them details through the landscape condition. Whether we need to update the condition, we can obviously have a discussion a bit later on. And Councillor Hawkins, your question on option A and option B, I'm just going to share my screen again so you can see the plan. So yeah, option A is the top diagram, and then option B is the bottom one. So it's just seeking to remove some of the access points. There's no cycle storage along this edge, so rather than anyone coming down Hales Place into the site to access the cycle areas, they'll have to go round the Lawrence Weaver Road and into the site through that access. I will show you the cycle storage plan. Should help. So yeah, they'll go down the Lawrence Weaver Road, and then the cycle facilities are kind of dotted around the site in yellow. And we've also got the basement facilities where they'll go in to the main access point from the Lawrence Weaver Road and down into the basement where the facilities will be found. And likewise, there are other access points down into the basement at different edges. Just going back to this plan, there was I think someone mentioned about highways and potential movements that we would expect along this road. And whilst we've got Dr. Finney on the call, I didn't know if you wanted to add anything to what we would expect to see if the option A is supporting.
Rebecca, can we just ask the members, wait till members if they've got any more specific highway questions, which is the next topic, if that's okay.
Yes, of course, sorry, yeah.
Anyone more on ecology, landscape and trees? Councillor Porra and Councillor Hawkins after.
Thank you. I just wanted to come back on the food waste. Is the officer comfortable that these will therefore be maintained in effect in perpetuity under the management plan that we've got? I think you mentioned covered by conditions, because that was just my main concern, is that I want to be sure that they aren't sort of left to rot, for want of a better word. Thank you.
Yes, yeah. So we.
Hawkins, do you want to come in first?
Thank you, Chair. Certainly that's very helpful to get a clearer picture of the case being made for option B. One of the things that I wanted to ask was, I think the Falmouth and Portsmouth residents asked about planting and maintaining shrubs and trees on the additional 4 meters of land, together with a 3 meter high, 1 meter wide hedge along the boundary. Is this something that we could do?
Rebecca?
So do you mean along this edge where the Plymouth Close residents are?
Yes, I think that's where it is, yes.
Yeah. Yeah, so we can look at a detailed planting scheme along this edge to try and see if we can put some species in that are gonna provide a buffer between the development sites, between the two the boundaries. So yeah, I think that's something we can.
I interrupted you when you were answering about the food waste maintenance.
Yeah, so the food waste, if the planters that are on the roof terraces, they will be managed as well by the on site by the management company. So we would expect them to ensure that there's not going to be just food left up there to rot if residents aren't utilising their planting areas.
If we move on to highways, Councillor Daunton.
Thank you, Chair. I'm not actually sure whether this is a highways question, so if you wouldn't mind, it's actually to do with the apart hotel and the facilities in the apart hotel, swimming pool, gym, etc. So if those facilities are open more widely, that's going to create traffic. It's going to create potential noise and disturbance to surrounding residents. And I wondered where in the application is that being managed? If you could just point us to how you're dealing with that. Thanks.
All right.
So sorry.
We just.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, so talking of highways, I noticed there's only 2 car club spaces allocated, which to me seems a very small number. So, well, I'd like to increase it, but if not, could the officer at least give us some reassurance that were this to be popular, that we'd be happy to allow an increase in car club spaces versus parking spaces? Because I think for a development of this size, you know, if we want to incentivise people not to bring a car, having more than 2 car club spaces would be kind of essential to me. Looking at options A and B in terms of the highway, I'd appreciate Dr. Finney's input on the difference in time. If we were to accept option B, in effect, so close off the house place link, how much longer would that take someone to go on their bike round? I mean, I'm assuming it's not a huge amount of time, but it would be useful to clarify that, please. Thank you.
Just have Councillor Hunt and then we'll go back to you, Rebecca. Thanks.
Yes, thank you, Chair. In my walks around the area, I've noticed, as is acknowledged in one part of the document, that there's an awful lot of parking on Lawrence Weaver Road in the nice wide cycle lanes, which are actually conveniently car width, so ideal parking space. And obviously we're about to increase, if this goes through, we're about to increase both the number of cyclists using that road, especially if option B is chosen, I suppose, and the number of people trying to park on or near this site. And paragraph 211 on page 70 acknowledges this and talks about it's going to be adopted eventually. But, of course, should that happen and parking enforcement then be carried out, those cars will be trying to park somewhere else. And I'm just, as usual, got a concern that we're going to have an overspill problem from both Darwin Green vehicles and NIAB vehicles that will become an issue going forward.
Rebecca and Mr. Finney, Councillor Hunt raises a point that's very pertinent, not on just this scheme, but other schemes around Greater Cambridge. Thanks.
John, shall I start and then you can
You
follow up?
yeah, if you,
Yeah.
Rebecca, I'll follow on from there.
Thanks. So just in regards to the first point on the apart hotel and the gym and the swimming pool in them facilities. So if I haven't got the floor plans to hand, but I could put them up at a later stage. The swimming pool is not a big swimming pool facility like you would see at for example, at Parkside or anything. The facilities are meant to be ancillary to the development site. So we would only expect kind of local residents to the site, or maybe Darwin Green, maybe slightly further, to be using these facilities, and which we would expect them to get to the site by walking or potentially by cycling. So they are kind of like smaller localized size. So hopefully it wouldn't generate too much additional movements. The car couple spaces, so that was a request that was put to us by the transport assets team, and just trying to reduce the number of people that own a car, and obviously it'll provide the facility there for ad hoc use. I need to double check the comments to understand specifically why there's two, but maybe I can check that whilst Dr. Finney's just talking. And I'll let Dr. Finney comment on the option A and the option B scenario, and the cycle lane parking along Lawrence Weaver Road, as I know this issue's come up quite a few times during the course of our pre-application discussions and the application. So yeah, over to you, John.
Thank you, Rebecca. All right, I'll deal with Councillor Porritt first. In terms of the additional time taken for not using Harold's Close, it isn't significant. I mean, obviously, that depends on how fast you walk stroke cycle. I'm a relatively fast walker. Some people are not. I would say it's going to be less than 5 minutes difference. But also you must remember, as Councillor Ray pointed out in her written statement, this development is well served by other routes within the proposed and the existing adopted public highway. So while the Howes Close route would represent a convenient link, it is not an essential link by any stretch of the imagination from the Highway Authority perspective. In fact, we couldn't force the developer to use a private road to gain access to their development. So yes, it may be slightly less convenient for some residents, but as I say, given the overall connection, you've got Windsor Road, you've got obviously then there's the pavilion access when you want to cross Huntingdon Road, which brings you into Darwin Green. I suspect that the number of people wanting to use the relatively complicated junction at the junction of Darwin Green, Lawrence Weaver Way and Huntingdon Road will be comparatively low. So I can't give you an absolute time frame, Councillor, but I would suggest less than 5 minutes. In terms of the cycle parking, Councillor Hunt, you are quite right. It is, as you say, a beautifully convenient car width, but also it's a very convenient cycleway width. As these sites are adopted, we will be able to introduce traffic regulation orders, which, as Darwin Green development is actually within the city of Cambridge, are enforceable by local parking enforcement officers. At the present moment, they can't enforce. There's a very short section of Lawrence Weaver Road, which is actually existing adopted public highway, but the LAPE officers can't enforce parking on the cycleway, because legally speaking, that's a moving traffic offence, which is enforceable only by the police. Once we introduce traffic regulation orders, WL lines or similar, then our local parking enforcement officers will be able to enforce. You are also correct that the problem will, like a wave, probably move through the site as it's adopted. There's very little, I'm afraid to say, as a highway authority we can do about that, except again to point out that in the longer term, the entire site will be, well, the intent of the developer is the entire site will be adopted. We're content with that. And as I say, as it is within the city of Cambridge, that means it is actually enforceable, which is not necessarily the case at the moment in South Cambs, where there is a small section, but that's outside the residential area. I think that's the questions that were asked. If not, please feel free to ask points of clarification or similar.
Councillor Daunton.
Thank you. I do accept Rebecca's explanations to my questions earlier, but I would just also point out as a comment that the apart hotel could quite easily be used for functions, all different kinds of functions. And for those functions, it wouldn't necessarily be local traffic, be traffic from the immediate area that would be accessing the facilities of the hotel. And that also should be taken into account in any parking, the provision of parking.
I've got a question for Mr. Finney. Who currently is responsible for upholding regulations on Lawrence Weaver Road? Is it the developers of Darwin Green?
Yeah, there's a very short secular councillor of about 35 metres, which is existing adopted public highway. That was adopted as part of the roadworks to the junction. The rest of the scheme at present, there are no agreements signed, so it is entirely the responsibility of the developer.
Want to come back on Councillor Daunton's additional point, please?
Chair, could I just offer a comment? Because I think one of the things that we face continually as planners is what's the right number of parking spaces when we're trying to discourage car use at the same and promote things like car clubs and shared use and linked trips and so on. And I think in this location, given the accessibility and given its proximity as part of the city, I think the general feel is that a relatively modest level of parking provision is appropriate, even for, I don't think this is a destination location, it's more a kind of a local amenity, I think, in the scale and form that Rebecca has described, rather than a substantial sports and leisure destination, although things like the craft brewery, if it happens, I appreciate, will draw people. One would hope they don't drive, of course, to a craft brewery, but there are, I think we're always trying to strike a balance, and that's contingent upon the destination. Actually, the quality of cycle provision locally as well, in terms of the ability to get to the site from safe cycle routes and so forth. I don't know if Dr. Finney wants to comment further, but I think in this case our view is proportionately the balance we feel is about right. It's a matter for members, of course, but it would be difficult to argue a refusal, for example, on the failure to provide more parking in a kind of sustainable location on a bus route and so on. And it's part of the reason why the apart hotel or the hotel policy does tie locations that are appropriate to public transport accessibility and so on, and those important corridors like Huntington Road that are very heavily covered by bus use across the city. John, I don't know whether you want to comment.
Just one very brief point, Stephen, if I may. You are quite correct about parking being a delicate balance, but also don't forget in the longer term, and I appreciate it's the longer term, all the streets within a Darwin Green development will have some form of parking control, which will discourage what you might call irregular parking. So if you are going to visit the facilities as described by Rebecca, you probably won't be able to find anywhere to park in the immediate vicinity. So it's well served by bus route, as Stephen has rightly pointed out, excellent cycle facilities. What reason would you have to drive there? Again, obviously, if you're a disabled individual, there will be a number of disabled spaces available, but there will be no general on-street car parking that isn't controlled.
Can I just add that there is some designated visitor spaces for the apart hotel in the basement. These aren't extensive, and they probably would need to be pre-booked with the management company prior to kind of anyone just turning up. But that in the event that there is something that's in the event space or in one of the rooms, then that there will be the opportunity for specific individuals to drive if they needed to.
Come back on that, Councillor Pora. Yeah.
Slightly just on the car club issue. I think what I'm asking is, I don't want to discourage the applicant for putting in more spaces, and I just want to make sure that condition 7 with the travel plan doesn't mean they have to come back to planning permission if they want to substitute some of the permanent parking for car club, which I think appreciate that obviously within the local plan we can't force more, but I would like to enable more. So I'd just be grateful for the officer's view on how best we can do that. And I'd quite like it to be explicitly referenced somewhere so that when this travel plan is drawn up, presumably in quite a while, that is explicit that, well, if members agree with me, that we would support that. Thank you.
We can certainly look at slightly amending the condition so it's a minimum of 2 car club spaces. I would just need to get some clarification on whether we are able to reasonably insist on more if that's what members want. But we can certainly look at adapting it to be a minimum. And encourage you.
I think we'll move on to residential amenity now. Does anybody have questions on residential? Councillor Daunton.
Yes, thank you. And again, I'm not quite sure, maybe it should have come up earlier, but I'd like to take us back to some of the points that Olivia Lazarus made in her letter. And I'd actually like, Rebecca, if you wouldn't mind to put again on the screen the view of, I think it was building E, with the shaded out walkways and balcony areas. Because in the plans that were circulated, we haven't got the shading. Yeah, thanks. So Olivia Lazarus in her letter makes a number of points about overlooking. And I just want to ask Rebecca to talk us through those again in terms of the distance between the apartment block and actually the difference that the shading out will make to the points that she has in her letter.
Other questions at this point on amenity? I'd also like to just point out if Councillor Smith raised the same concerns, I think. So over to you, Rebecca, thank you.
Thank you. Yes, so if I talk you through this again, so just looking at the layout plan at the bottom here. So there's between 18 and 21 metres separation distances along this boundary at different points. So like I've said, like an 18 metres has been is identified elsewhere on the Darwin Green site as a suitable back-to-back distance. In terms of the internal areas, we've really looked. It was important in terms of sustainability that the units were dual aspects, so we get through flow of air. Hence why we've then arranged them so the living accommodation is to the front, facing out onto the Muse Street, where the balconies are, and then the bedrooms are to the rear of the units. And this was a set, just to remind members, this was a section drawing to show the differences. The Plymouth Close residence, the boundary to the garden there is only 6 metres, and then the development, we've ensured that there's a good 12-metre kind of distance there to protect amenity. just going on to the elevations, so to try and mitigate some of the concerns from the Plymouth Close and Falmouth Close residents, we've looked to put up a privacy screen along the external circulation spaces, which will be of a certain height that will limit any overlooking, and it will also help in obscuring the windows that sit behind it. So the presence, there'll be a good block here where you wouldn't be able to see as prominently the windows behind. And like I say, the other windows, we've looked to put some panels on the bottom just to minimise the glazing. But yeah, officers do consider that there is suitable separation there, and along with the condition, we're kind of satisfied that there'll be no significant overlooking impacts. I don't know if Joanna wants to add anything to that while she's on the call.
I think you covered it, Rebecca. Just to say that 18 metres...
1 minute, 1 minute. Sorry, Joanne. Councillor Dorton, can you turn your microphone off, please? And Joanna, I think you need to speak as loudly as possible. Thank you.
Sorry about that. Yeah, just Rebecca's covered it very well. Just to say that in urban design terms, 18-metre separation distance is generally considered good practice, and that is what we've kind of seen elsewhere on the Darwin Green site for that reason. So it is considered separation distance in urban design terms.
Lapora.
Thank you, Chair. And just to pick up on a couple of other residential amenity points, welcome a swimming pool. I think I read somewhere that people in the build to rents would get a 30% discount. I think that might have been one of the ones that referred to, sent around by a developer, but could the officer just confirm that and whether that is sort of going to remain for the 15 years or more that they are on the site as build to rent? Secondly, we were talking about the gardens. So Olivia Lazarus mentioned the play areas in the back gardens, but I think the officer said that each garden was separate and only available in effect for the amenity of those people in that block. But could you just explain a bit more about play along the way? Because obviously if this is play stuff that's in private gardens, I just want to make sure we're not double counting it as accessible to everyone, which is clearly what the residents had understood. Because also if it is private, it gives a little bit more comfort about the usage and the noise for the people in the adjoining closes. And the other thing I think the resident raised was the cycle sheds at the back. Can we just confirm that they are going to be limited in height? I mean, we're not looking at massive sort of 2-storey things, but because again, I appreciate the residents' concern that something like that would perhaps be quite large on their boundary. And finally, with the proposed screens that you just showed, are you content that that won't block too much light from the bedrooms? Because obviously we've got to strike a balance between having, you know, windows there as well as the screens. So I'd be grateful for your view as to how that could be dealt with the screens. Thank you.
Thank you, Rebecca.
Writing this down so I don't forget it. Okay, so in terms of the swimming pool facilities and the gym, you mentioned a 30% discount. It might, I can't quite remember if it was on the developers' details that they sent round to you, but we might need to seek clarification from them on exactly what percentage it is. But I do understand there will be kind of a discount to residents on site for them facilities. And like we said, it won't be included within their rent. It will be an additional option for them. In terms of the garden play features, so I'm going to share my screen with you. I'm just going to show you the landscape master plan again. I'm going to go in a bit further. So the area where my cursor is just surrounding at the bottom there, so that will be private communal gardens. So the residents of the Muse houses, so this is building C, D and E, they will have access to this kind of communal space. we expect there to be kind of more play along the way features. So like I said previously, we're not expecting there to be kind of big swings and slides or anything like that. It will be more like stepping stones, maybe some balancing beams, just in kind of more informal kind of features that just add something to that space and allow the residents of the Muse buildings to have that open area to access. The cycle sheds, I'll show you the section drawing, which helps scale them up. So the cycle sheds are here with where my cursor is circling. So they will be single story, they'll be low in height, almost similar height to the Plymouth Close sheds that are in their back gardens. And it will have a green roof as well. So yeah, we don't expect there to kind of be any kind of overbearing impacts or anything from them. And then the privacy screens, they will be only up to a certain height that will allow for any kind of direct kind of overlooking above them, but there will be some area that will still allow light into the bedrooms. I'm just wondering if Joanna could come in on options really. We're still looking at design, and the condition that we've applied in the draft conditions requires details of these screens. But yeah, I don't know whether you could add to anything that on what it could look like.
Yeah, I mean, I think the screens would be more of a slatted option rather than a kind of full screen, so or a kind of perforated metal or something, so that they would allow some light to permeate through, but also give a degree of privacy. So that's something to be worked through, I think, as part of the detailed design of that. But yeah, it wouldn't be a solid screen.
Hawkins.
Thank you, Chair. Just to come back on the cycle sheds, did I hear clearly that it was a single story height? Or is it just the height of a normal shed? There's a difference there. So I don't see why a cycle shed should be one story building high. And I know that from what the Plymouth and Falmouth community have asked, does that mean we can't move the play areas to the sort of distance that they've asked for? Which I think is what, 7 meters from the boundary.
Could you want to come back on those 2 points, please?
Yes. So hopefully the section drawing shows the relationship of the cycle shed in terms of the building D and Plymouth Close. I don't know the specific height off the top of my head, but it won't be any more than probably a couple of meters in height. I'll need to just double check the plans on what they say, but it will be very low level. It's serving the cycle store, so there's no need for it to be any higher than that. But I will just double check the plans after I've spoken to you. In terms of the play along the way features, we could look at moving the location of them to being slightly further away through the planning condition. We've got the landscape planning condition, but I would just need to seek some clarification on whether that's achievable in a different.
Chair, probably just worth, I think the ambition was to move the buildings so that they were effectively adjacent to the, or certainly away from the boundary. I think the difficulty that presents, if you can show the landscape plan, Rebecca, is that it then changes the, it potentially interferes with the line of the walkway along the back of those units. And I suspect that residents of Falmouth and Plymouth Place would rather have that walkway, which is likely to be busier, pushed along close to the existing houses rather than diverted around the back of those cycle sheds and then be closer towards the boundary, particularly if, I think we've discussed earlier on about the creation of a hedge along that space. So the landscaping scheme that you see there, I think effectively through the planning condition is, and the comments that have been made, I think there may well be moves to modify anyway. I think the siting of the buildings, the cycle stores, shouldn't be substantially intrusive in terms of the residents of adjoining gardens, but does tend to keep distance between the movement in the space between and the rear of the site boundary. So it's a matter for the committee, but I think condition 43 on landscaping, I think, potentially provides scope to finesse that landscaping area, particularly thinking around the boundary treatments, to introduce the hedge planting that I think residents also asked for. But I think I'd urge a degree of caution about moving the buildings, the cycle parking areas, 3 to 4 metres further from the boundary. And although the benefit of putting a hedge behind them, I can see may well be something that members would wish to see, so perhaps a metre or so away from the boundary. But it's a matter for the committee. The condition that has been referred to earlier in relation to House Place, condition 43 also deals with all boundary treatment, and maybe something that you want to consider further down the line.
Members, if we have no further comments on general discussions, what I think we should do is, if the Director of Planning can agree, I would suggest that we consider the option A and option B that's been presented regarding the heritage aspect of House Place. Then we, depending on the outcome of that, we consider any conditions that we would like to comment explicitly on, and if we can agree those, then we would go to a vote on the application with any proposed amendments to conditions. Do you agree with that?
Chair, I think it's probably important to at least get a feel for how you wish to proceed from here. So certainly you've got two options. Unusually, you've got a recommendation with two options. My sense is from picking up the comments that people have made in response to the speakers and indeed the conversation that we've had, that my recommendation would be that we consider the proposal on the basis of option B, and members take a vote in due course on that basis, and consider whether the scheme is acceptable, subject to perhaps we can just clarify the conditions or what we've heard in terms of amendments to the conditions, and then comment upon that. And then, of course, then the committee need to balance the conditions and option B against the representations that you've heard for and against the proposals. So if that's an acceptable approach, and of course if option B is, if members have a strong view that they'd wish us to proceed from here on the basis of option A, then I'd be happy for you to let us know. But I think for clarity, my sense is that that's a simple way of at least progressing from this point.
I think we should have a show of hands to proceed with option B. Unanimous. I think we would now just go through there's quite a few suggestions about various conditions. So I'd like to break for lunch soon. I would, Councillor Hawkins first, and then I actually feel that we could maybe have a break for lunch now and come back, because when I think we're doing very well. We've covered a huge amount of ground, and Councillor Hawkins, what would you like to say first?
Thank you. Yes, I was going to ask, can we break for lunch, please? And potentially in the meantime, all the suggestions we've mentioned during the meeting for various conditions can be compiled. I'm sorry, officers, but, you know, whilst we're having lunch, you might have to be compiling that. But seriously, though, the idea is that those then are put together and we can then come back, go through them.
I agree with that. Is everyone happy with that? Should we come back at 2 o'clock? Thank you. Members, we are now live and we should get on, please. Rebecca, are you there with us?
Yes, hi, Chair.
How would you like to go through the conditions that were raised during the discussion?
Yes, so
okay?
me, Stephen and Keith have reviewed the conditions, and I think Stephen's going to work through them.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Sorry, I was just furiously typing to try and make sure I capture them all for my own thoughts. So, through the discussion today, we've heard comments in respect of the car club from Councillor Porra, and although I'm not suggesting any modification to a condition, it's probably just helpful to note that condition 7 covers the travel plan, and actually I'll say I'm not proposing any amendments. By inserting car clubs as one of the measures in there, I know that the applicant's transport statement already has regard to that. That would be my only minor change, but it's consistent with, I think, the comments made by the committee. Sorry about that. So I'm suggesting a very minor revision to condition 7 on the basis of what I've heard. Rebecca will remind me of the condition on electric car charging points. I think it's condition 30.
Condition 29.
Condition 29. Councillor Hunt raised a point around, Councillor Bygott raised a point around whether it was 1 or 2 fast or rapid charge points. I've been able to have a conversation with the applicant that an increase to 2 would potentially at least cover the formatting issues that Councillor Bygott addressed. So I've heard that suggested change to that condition. On condition 43, which relates to hard and soft landscaping, obviously we discussed earlier on members interested in me putting forward option B as the recommendation, and therefore that condition needs to be updated to refer to that particular point. But under point C, I'm suggesting that element of the condition be revised to include the following. So that point C would raise boundary treatments indicating the type, positions, design and materials of boundary treatments to be erected as follows. 1, retention and protection of the existing mature hedgerows along the northwestern boundary between Howes Place and the proposed development. Point 2, the provision and maintenance of a 2 metre high by 1 metre wide hedgerow along the balance of the boundary with a 1.2 metre V-mesh fence pending the maturity of the new hedgerow with open brackets subject to the need for accommodating agreed service vehicle access and emergency. And then picking up on the conversation that we had about the relationship with the properties on Plymouth Close and Falmouth Close, a new point 3, a scheme for the installation of a new hedge along the boundary of the site with Plymouth Close and Falmouth Close. I think probably appropriate, rather than be particularly specific about that the scheme be submitted in which we can consider the mix of planting and so on appropriately, bearing in mind the number of gardens back onto that site, and there will be maintenance issues that we probably just need to think carefully about rather than be specific. It does mean that under C, I need to add boundary treatments indicating the type, positions, design and species, because obviously we're contemplating planted boundaries as well as hard physical boundaries. But those would be the amendments to condition 43. Condition 54, which I touched upon earlier in the conversation, is incomplete, and my amendment would be to address the point about details of the location of all dry risers to the apart hotel have been submitted to and approved by the LPA. And then for members' consideration, given the discussion around the cycle parking stores at the rear of the houses on Plymouth Close and Falmouth Close, there's an opportunity to insert a condition which reserves details of the siting of those cycle stores within the landscaped area to the rear, to allow either for them to be pulled away from the boundary or and the new hedge go to the rear of them, or in some cases for the cycle stores to be located on the boundary if that was a view expressed locally. So there's a condition along the lines of notwithstanding the details shown on drawing. It's a very long drawing number. I shan't recite to you. Details of the siting of the 3 cycle stores shall be submitted to and approved in writing by the LPA, and then just a comment about the size of the cycle stores to make sure that they're confirmed as the size that are shown on the approved, on the, I think it's 55 spaces or so they provide. But with your agreement, that would be the terms under which I'd take that condition forward. I don't think I heard any other suggested modifications to conditions, but I stand to be corrected possibly.
Katie Pora, but I would just like to say I would like to suggest that the condition, the S106, the agreement of the S106 is taken to Chair, Vice Chair and Spokes, because there were quite a lot of issues raised concerning, there were a few issues raised concerning affordable housing, and you know, at the end of the 15 years, and there was some about the if they were going to be sold on and things like that, that could be part of that. So I would suggest that, Councillor Pora.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, happy with the what Stephen's proposed. I just want to check under that again, under the S106 community use. I just checked, it was the April NIAB document in the amendment sheet that said it was a 30% discount for residents. So are we confident that that will be reflected in the S106? Because obviously it's not in the proposal that's in front of us, because I think it came in quite late in the last few days. And obviously I'd be keen to see that protected for as long as possible. Thank you.
Chair, I spoke to the applicants in the break, who confirmed that that is the offer that they've made to local residents. The extent to which we can bind it in, we'll just need to check compliance with SIL regs, but that's something we can take away as part of that.
Kelly, can you just confirm about the S106 coming to Chair, Vice Chair and Spokes, please?
Yes, if that's the committee's will, then that could form part of the recommendation as well. I'm sensing that those conditions that I've detailed and the adjustment to the resolution under option B to include reference to the chair and vice chair and spokes is what I've heard. Is that correct?
We would delegate wording to you.
Yes, yeah, that's fine. In terms of the
final
the
amendments. Just want to check that members are happy with Councillor Pora.
When you say chair, are you meaning yourself as chair for today? Because I'm just mindful that the chair and the vice chair aren't actually here at the moment. So, or would it have to go back to normal vice chair and chair?
I think the normal chair will not be involved in this process.
Oh, yes. So I'd be quite happy for it to go to Councillor Thornborough and the vice chair in that case.
Martin Smart, which this for as a one-off time. Yeah. You have a view on which chair would be involved in signing off the S106? The Daunton.
Yes, could I just check, Chair? You said Chair and Vice Chair and spokes, so would that include a South Cams representative?
Yes, the spokes would be South Cams.
Okay. So just to confirm, there is no spokes for this committee anymore because you've got the chair currently sitting with South Cams and the vice chair sitting with City, so you wouldn't need to. I'm sorry, Keith, are you?
Apologies, it's Chair and Vice Chair.
If I can offer I understand the concern that may well be there's no South Cambridgeshire representation in that space.
Yes, it's only, I really don't want to make a fuss about it, but it is just that it is a joint committee, so that I was just making the point, that was all.
Our club, the email that came round on Keith Bennett from the developers, there is something saying keep free car club membership for all residents for 3 years. Can that be added to the condition?
It would be part of the travel plan
Okay.
provisions, so it would be baked into that, into the approval of the travel plan.
Okay, thank you.
There's no... Turn your microphone off, thanks. If there's no more debate or questions on any of the... Oh, Councillor Hawkins.
Thank you, Chair. I had concerned about the S106 for NHS provision for healthcare. There is 174,000 being proposed to be paid to update capacity or upgrade capacity at the Huntingdon Road Girton surgery. Forgive me, but I'm going back on the experience I've had with the allocations that have been made in parts of my ward, where it's going to this place, but then this place isn't being done. How exactly is this money going to be used to upgrade the facility, especially when it has mentioned that, yes, there is something allocated for Darwin Green, but if there's going to be any additional space needed. So if it gets planning permission and starts getting built before Darwin Green is finished, then what the heck is going to happen when there's already capacity issues? Right? The document says that one surgery, but then it says for surgeries. So there is a discrepancy there in the wording. Can we know exactly what this is going to be used for, please, and how they're going to create the capacity? I know it's an NHS issue, but they've not done very well in the past. I'm sorry.
So the issue of healthcare planning is an ongoing dialogue with the NHS on all of the kind of growth sites. I think what the agreement outlines is there is an agreed, or there is agreement around a charging protocol in terms of the additional demand that's placed, and that's the best estimate that we can make at this moment in time. You're right, there are potential additional facilities, not just in Girton, planned for this part of the Greater Cambridge area, which the NHS are still in the process of confirming their ambitions around. So it's difficult to be, we're not the NHS, it's difficult for us to be precise as the planning authority. The NHS have advised us that through the SIL regulations, they require this financial payment to meet the needs of the additional population. And I think, I'm afraid, that's about as certain as we can be. The NHS plans are evolving in terms of how they will meet needs of North West Cambridge and that area. We're working as best as we can to try and help them to resolve that position as soon as possible.
Yeah, it's something we need to do going forward, but we need to ask them and they need to tell us exactly what it is they're going to do with the money. If there is no space for an upgrade at Girton surgery, then what are they going to do? We've had the same in Combatant surgery, where people in my village are told, yeah, you can go to that. We'll take some money off the developer and we'll use it there. But there's no space. So, yeah, sorry.
May I
I get
suggest
annoyed
that
about that.
there were other concerns raised during the committee discussions which are relevant to S106. Will they be picked up during the finalisation of the S106? Could this be an item that could be given more thought to?
I think the difficulty you're going to find is that the NHS are not in a position to be more definitive than the position that they are. So the option that you have is either to remove the requirement entirely and on the basis of not being satisfied how it is proposed to be spent, or to utilise the formula that we do use to calculate the cost of the health service of the additional population. And then, as I said, there is a wider collective set of council endeavours around working with the NHS on healthcare provision for Greater Cambridge that is an ongoing process with the County Council, with ourselves as the city and district councils, and with the healthcare sector. So I think the difficulty, Chair, is that in the time that we have available to complete the planning process, the planning application process, you are not likely to secure greater certainty than that we can set out. If you're not happy to, on those terms, therefore, to make provision for NHS expansion, then as a committee you're entitled to remove the requirement. But obviously there will then be no contribution available for the NHS to be able to enhance healthcare facilities that they claim are required as part of the population associated with development. I think the difficulty of there is a timing issue here, which is I think causing you concern. But the NHS, in all of the conversations that we are having with them, are identifying some fairly significant capital investment challenges to meet the healthcare needs of Greater Cambridge. So my advice would be not to remove the opportunity to contribute towards the improvement of those health outcomes through capital investment, but it's a matter for yourselves.
Thank you. I'm not suggesting that we do. I'm just frustrated that there isn't anything that tells us how it's going to be used, knowing fully well they failed in the past. But maybe this is where we get our MPs involved, frankly. It's something needs to improve going forward. That's all I'm saying. Thank you.
Now we've come to a point where the Joint Director of Planning and Economic Development can read out the recommendation contained on page 85 to 86 of the agenda, so we can be clear on what is being voted on.
So the recommendation, having had the, is that the committee approve the application in accordance with option B, set out in paragraph 269, which is for is approval subject to the prior completion of a Section 106 agreement under the Town and Country Planning Act. The planning conditions and informatives contained in Appendix 2 of this report and the amendments and adjustments that I raised with the committee earlier on to condition 7, to condition 29, to condition 3, to condition 54, or to insert and clarify condition 54, and subject to an additional condition number 55, which related to the cycle storage details, and to delegate to officers the settling and completion of terms of the Section 106 agreement, substantially set out in Appendix 1, subject to consultation, in consultation with the Chair, Counsellor Katie Thornborough, and the Vice Chair in this case, and that in the case of any significant amendment or additional conditions, to also do so in consultation with the Chair and Vice Chair. Thank you.
Could members please raise their hands for those in support? Members raise their hands for those against? And are there any abstentions? Confirm 6 in favour and 2 against. Thank you very much, members and speakers. We will move on to agenda item 4. If you want to have a quick break, 5-minute break, please. We don't need to be quorate for the next part of the committee. Councillor Hawkins. Yes, I did vote. Start again, please. Okay, we are now moving on to agenda item 4, pre-application developer briefing, outline proposal for mixed-use development, including up to 1,000 dwellings, a secondary school, primary school, community facilities, provision for outdoor sports facilities, informal open space and allotments on site area approximately 80 hectares on land between Huntingdon Road and Histon Road. Please can the developers introduce themselves and their colleagues assisting with the presentation, and then which will be 20 minutes. Afterwards, we will invite councillors to ask questions for about question and answers for about 25 minutes. And when we go through I'll just mention the areas that we will be considering on which you can ask questions. It's the overall key development principles, the parameter plan, land use, movement and access, landscape framework, building heights, and urban design. So I'll hand over to the developers.
Good afternoon, Chair, and good afternoon, members. By way of introduction, my name is Andrew McLaren. I'm the project manager with a background in delivering large strategic sites such as this, working on Darwin Green 2 and 3 for Barratt Homes. My specific responsibility is to assist my colleagues, some of whom are here this afternoon, to progress the project to a point where we feel we can seek a series of approvals to commence the delivery of the scheme. And to that end, we acknowledge that this presentation is an important milestone on that journey. So first, I'd like to thank the Joint Development Control Committee for giving us this opportunity to present the latest iteration of the development, which we believe is at a stage where we can progress to the next point, which is the submission of a fully policy compliant outline planning application, the details of which will be shared with you through the presentation itself. I'd just like to say the project we're about to present to you this afternoon is a result of a very good collaborative process based on a commitment made through the Planning Performance Agreement, which I'd note is a fundamental component to our ability to draw into the scheme all the guidance and advice we've received from your officers and other stakeholders during the last year or so. And I'd like to thank them publicly for their support, especially as are still in and hopefully eventually going through the issues with COVID and a complete change in our working practices. I am sure that you will have many questions at the end of this presentation, which I will be managing and bringing to the table the consultants who we have with us today to answer those specific questions. So I would like to ask Miles to prepare himself, obviously, to present the presentation. So thank you very much.
By way of introduction, I am Miles Lee. I'm a partner here at Allies and Morrison, and we are the lead designers on this master planning project. Matt and others, would you just like to also introduce yourselves before I dive in?
My name's Matt Jarvis. I'm Associate Director of Rural Solutions, Landscape Architect, and have been involved with Darwin Green since 2009.
Okay, I'll launch. Oh, Lorna's there.
Apologies, everybody. My name's Lorna Parsons. I'm the transport lead assisting Barratt with Darwin Green, and like Matt, I've been involved in the project for a number of years.
Thank you, Lorna. I will just bring the presentation up on the screen. Share train. window. We go to window. Share. On screen. View. If someone could just be kind enough to say that they can see the presentation, because I'm now running blind.
Yes, we can.
Great, thank you. Following Andrew's introduction, I'm now going to give a brief overview of our master plan proposals for Darwin Green 2 and 3. The presentation follows this running order. Andrew's gave a helpful introduction. I'm going to run through the key design development principles. I'll then explain how they have been brought into an illustrative master plan, and how that master plan has then informed a series of parameter plans that we propose to submit with the outline planning application. We'll then complete with a section on the landscape design proposals and also on sustainability. The site is northwest of Cambridge, between a triangle of space between Histon Road to the east, Huntingdon Road to the south, and the A14 to the north. You can see the site boundary here in white, a solid white line. The total site area is 79 hectares, but within that, if you can see the dashed white line, is the area allocated for development. Immediately to the south is Darwin Green 1, which was a residential-led mixed-use development, which was consented back in 2014. So our aspiration is to submit an outline planning application where all matters will be reserved except for the means of access. The application will be for 1,000 residential dwellings, of which 40% will be affordable, a secondary school, a primary school, community facilities, including retail space, open space, landscaped areas, associated engineering, demolition and infrastructure works. So I'm going to start with running through the key development principles that have informed our illustrative master plan. We've got 8 principles. This is the first one. So shown in white in the drawing on the left is the development area, and shown in green is the proposal for a new country park. The park and the sports pitches, the pitches for the school, will take up an area of 48 hectares, and that will wrap around the north and the western side of the development, separating the development from the A14 and also maintaining the Girton Gap between our development and Girton Village and Girton College. And the image on the right you'll see is an illustration of how the development might come forward on the left, and a circular cycle route that goes around the northern side of the development area, making it pedestrian and cycle friendly and opening up connections with the park that you see on the right. Our second point is really to make connections through from Darwin Green 1 and a series of green corridors shown here in a dashed green line, and maintain those routes up through the development area into the country park. So really, that's for the amenity of the people living in Darwin Green 1 and Darwin Green 2. And the image you see on the right-hand side, hopefully you can see pupils crossing the road into this green space. Those pupils are crossing the road and are connecting with this green space that goes north up to the country park, or south down to Darwin Green 1 and into the central park area of that consented proposal. The third principle is that we really wanted to make the most of this open space of the country park. So along the northern edge of our proposal, we've opened up the development plots, here shown with a black outline. So there are these triangulated spaces which really make the most of views into the park. So really making the most of that visual amenity. And the view on the right-hand side is someone standing in the park, looking back down one of those green corridors. And you can see not only the houses that face the country park, but also the houses on the green corridor really do make the most of this connectivity through to the country park and the visual amenity. The fourth principle is that we wanted to use those green connectors as orientation for an illustrative primary vehicular and cycling route that goes through our site. So wherever that route curves or kinks, it happens on axes with one of these open corridors through to the country park. And we think that would be good for walkers and cyclists and car users so they can orientate themselves as they're moving along the primary route. The fifth principle is that along this route, we wanted to sort of open and close or compress and open up a series of spaces, defined spaces to give character as you move along the route. So some of the spaces will be intentionally compressed with houses on either side, and some will open up as you move towards the country park. So there's a variety of spaces along those three green fingers. And that image on the right-hand side is actually taken on this corner here, where you'll see in a moment we're proposing a community building, and we've got a slightly more formal green open public space with people cycling across and children playing in the foreground. Principle 6 is to maximize park frontage. And this is really an architectural requirement where we want houses and apartment buildings to look out onto the park and the green spaces and to connect with them. So instead of having back garden fences or walls, we want front doors and living room windows and apartment building entrances to engage directly with these open green spaces. And then, of course, knitted in amongst these development plots are a hierarchy of streets and lanes and cycle paths. And we've intentionally, through the pre-app process, we've given a hierarchy to walkers and cyclists, so that they will typically be, on the diagram on the left, they will be using the pale grey routes or the orange routes. In fact, if you're a car user coming through Darwin Green 2 and 3, it's a slightly convoluted route. And we've done that on purpose because we want to avoid any possibility of people coming into Darwin Green for rat running, to take shortcuts. We would like people to come into Darwin Green 2 if they're living there or if they're visiting friends and family. And then as we've developed the illustrative master plan, we've thought about how phases of building might come forward. Obviously, 1,000 homes is a lot of homes. So we've looked at how that might be broken down into development phases. And here's an illustrative idea of how we might have a series of rational development plots in the pale grey, the mid blue and the dark blue. And the development plots, we've tried to keep them either square or rectangular or very organized shapes. So they're very easy to plot. It's very easy to put good, recognizable streets and houses and spaces. But the green spaces take up the slack and are slightly more rhomboid spaces or unusual geometries. So we've made the most of the development opportunity on the site. And so all those elements we've woven into an illustrative master plan. And this is the view of our combined illustrative master plan with, as you can see, development to the south next to Darwin Green 1. Darwin Green 1 is shown in white here. I'll just hide that. That is a piece of the primary road that's already consented. This is our indicative primary road that connects through with Darwin Green 1. We're promoting that the two schools, the secondary and the primary school, will be on this southern corner, and they will have playing fields in the country park. And you can see the country park wrapping around on 3 sides. And I'll go into some more detail now, just to so you can pick up how this is developed into a series of parameter plans. But in very simple terms, those are the 3 green fingers. Hopefully you can see my cursor. That's the second one. There's the third one, which connects with the schools. There are balancing ponds to the north. That balancing pond is actually aiding water runoff from Darwin Green 1. But there are more balancing ponds as we deal with surface water from Darwin Green 2. There is an existing copse of trees here shown in dark green on that northern edge, and we're keeping those and maintaining that wooded area. On the northern boundary with the A14, we want to build up the landform to create a physical bund, but that will also be planted. And Matt will talk about that in a moment when he talks about his landscape design. We have an open country park where kids can play games, where people can walk dogs, and indeed you can cycle around for your enjoyment. And then on this southern edge, next to the playing fields, which are obviously next to the school, the playing fields actually have a joint use. They're for use of the community and for the school. But we've also promoted allotments for local residents, an orchard, and then a series of play spaces, which I'll show you as I run through the parameter plans. So those big ideas in that illustrative master plan, we will submit as illustrative material, but they have informed the parameter plans, which are part of the outline application. So I'm just going to walk you through those parameter plans now. This is the first one, which details movement and access. So on this more formal drawing, we've got a red line boundary in red, showing ownership of the whole site around all the perimeter. And then the dashed red line showing the development area. On this drawing, we're seeing the development parcels in white. We have got a mixed mode route coming through the site where you can drive through the site. That's a primary road, but there's also a cycle path shown here in pink, which then bifurcates and goes up and meets the cycle route that goes around the northern edge of the development. And you could indeed cycle back down and meet this, the blue route, which is the orbital cycle route that goes up and connects with Histon Road. And indeed, you could go on to the Science Park or to Cambridge North Station. Or on that orbital route, you could come down, go through Darwin Green 1, connect with the Huntingdon Road and the orbital route that takes you down, takes you down to Eddington now. But we've also got good connectivity, proposed connectivity, where we would like to connect into Girton Village. And these little grey arrows, I'm hoping you can see under my cursor, show indicatively points of potential connection that we would like to bring forward if we can do with the adjacent landowners.
I'd just like to remind you there's 5 minutes left of the presentation for your presentation.
Okay, okay. I'll run through these parameters much quicker. So there are the point of access. The land use determines in grey the housing plots, in green the green fingers, in purple and lilac the 2 schools. Then we have parameter plans on height here, dealing with the development plots. So the dark brown colour are buildings up to 4 stories. The orange colour are buildings up to 3 stories. So we're putting the tallest buildings around on the primary street. The 3 stories are facing the park, and in the centre of the plot, the buildings up to 2.5 stories. We then have a parameter on urban design, which really picks up the principles that I talked about at the beginning about placemaking, frontages on the park and the green routes and that primary street. And then we have a landscape framework parameter plan, which highlights the green spaces I talked about in the master plan. But if you can see the little dots, also there are proposals for leaps and laps, local areas of play and locally equipped areas of play. And this is where I then now pass on to Matt Jarvis, who will be talking about the landscape design.
Thank you, Miles. The Illustrative Landscape Master Plan seeks to support a vibrant and fully integrated new community with a strong sense of identity, and celebrates its unique position alongside a country park. The proposals here respond to the existing qualities of the site and seek to integrate with existing residential neighbourhoods and provides opportunities for all local residents to benefit from the environment that's been enhanced here. The approach delivers a landscape with a significant area of publicly accessible open space. The developed landscape is accessible to all and promotes community interaction, provides a comprehensive and interconnected network of attractive green spaces, contains a mosaic of interconnected habitats to enhance biodiversity, ensures green and blue infrastructure, provides a strong landscape presence, which assists legibility and character, and adopts a resource-efficient and carbon-conscious maintenance approach. And it also ensures separation between Girton and Cambridge. Next slide, please. The outline drainage strategy deals with site constraints, which are the site is very flat. It currently experiences flooding towards the north, has a high water table and experiences low infiltration rates. Therefore, the drainage strategy deals with ground raising to help actively promote the water northwards. And this is a gravity-fed solution, which is a sustainable solution with a small proportion of the development pumped to reduce the excessive amount of ground raising and support reduction of fill and associated construction movements. SUDs have been utilised, including permeable paving, strategic swales within the green corridors, highway swales and attenuation ponds, and runoff rates are restricted with outfalls linking to existing ditches northwards. Attenuation storage is designed to accommodate 1 in 100-year rainfall events plus 40% climate change, and promotes significant areas of permanent water to increase evapotranspiration. Next slide, please. Sustainability.
Two more minutes, please, and then we'll start questions. Thanks.
Thank you, Chair. Master plan strategies. So we have 3 overarching strategies for addressing climate change, and these are sustainable lifestyle through encouraging recreation and encouraging people out into the open spaces, sustainable drainage, which ensures climate change is addressed through a variety of drainage solutions, and tree and various areas of planting using soft landscape to absorb carbon, provide solar shading, reduce surface water, attractive areas of public open space, including biodiversity enhancements. Next slide. And onto the delivery and construction. We're preparing for an all-electric future, which means the use of source heat pumps to all properties. Therefore, we have no gas coming into the site. This provides a low carbon option and continues to decarbonise the electricity grid. And that the Future Homes standard is still being developed, but we will be using the technology that emerges at the time when we are at detail. Other elements including ducting, so the homes will be future-proofed with additional ducting to be installed for future technologies, and also allows for sustainable electric vehicle charging points to all homes. Photovoltaic panels will be included on all properties with suitable aspects, and that also helps to achieve required carbon reductions. and all homes will, as I've mentioned, will be fitted with electric vehicle charging points. And finally, material sustainability, embodied carbon. This is an issue that Barratt Homes are assessing continually and looking at the supply and construction materials across all processes, from supply to factory manufacturing processes and post-demolition. We'll be referring to the BREEAM Green Guide ratings for materials when we come to the detailed design of the spaces, and that manufacturing sustainability certificates will help to promote a stewardship and certification of manufacturing sustainability credentials. And that should include our presentation. Thank you.
Very much. I would like to open up to councillor members. I think rather than, I think we're just general questions. Who would like to start? Councillor Bygott and then Councillor Daunton.
Thank you, Chairman. So, first question is, also thank you very much for that presentation. That was most informative. So, first question is, what legal mechanism will we put in place to ensure that that country park remains green space in perpetuity and doesn't ever become a future development space of any kind? And secondly, what's your strategy for car parking on the site? For example, with particular houses, or if there are any flats, how are those cars going to be parked? What sort of layout will you have? And thirdly, the centre of the top of that map, and you may recall our discussion out at the Eddington exhibition, whether it's possible to have a cycle path that goes across that tractor bridge over the A14 that can connect to Girton Village and to the cycle path down the guided busway. Thank you.
We'll have Councillor Daunton and a third one, Councillor Porra, and then we'll get back to you for answers. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like a little bit more explanation, a bit more detail on the bund along the A14, please, and the planting along the A14.
Thank you, Chair. In fact, I just wondered if you could comment a little bit on the noise from the A14, particularly on the houses that are likely to be in the narrowest point with the country park. Also, I know this is more about outline, but I'm assuming you are leaving enough space for decent garden sizes, because I know that's something we've raised at this committee before. I think you said as well that your charge points for EV will actually be in the homes. So I think in some pre-apps for other developers, they've occasionally left them at the end of the drive. So I'd be keen for confirmation that you are actually putting the plugs into the houses rather than leaving that for residents. And finally, again, the primary road obviously does go right in front of the two schools, which I can understand why, but I'd be interested just how you think that that will affect traffic flow, or whether that would incentivise people to drive to school. Thank you.
You want to answer those questions, and then we'll have more councillors afterwards.
Okay, can I ask Guy if he's obliged to answer some of those questions? I think they respond more to his area of expertise.
Thank you, Andrew. And just to introduce myself, so I'm Guy Caddish, a planning partner at Bidwell's, assisting, of course, with the planning application here. So just looking at the top of that list, the legal mechanism in the country park. So we're in dialogue with your officers around the Section 106 legal agreement that would be part and parcel of any consent granted to the outline application. That's already building up heads of terms around maintenance management and that future security of securing that country park. So very squarely that will be set within the planning legal agreement. If we just go down the list to make sure we don't miss anything, the next item then was car parking, the approach to car parking within the scheme. Miles, do you think you'd be best placed to address that as a design approach?
Yeah, I'll be happy to answer that. So in developing the illustrative master plan, we've designed car parking for houses and for apartment buildings as on plot. So cars are always associated with the buildings that own them. We designed car parking to a ratio of 1.5 car spaces per home. And we've done that in agreement with Cambridge City Council. The point about the bridge, the existing bridge to the north, I probably flicked through the parameter plans a little bit too quickly, but there was a little brown cycle route connecting with that bridge, the existing bridge, and an arrow saying that was a potential point of development should a cycle network come forward on the north side of the A14 and come across that bridge. So that has been designed in the landscape already.
Can I just add to that? Obviously, we picked up, because I had the conversation with the councillor at the public meeting we had probably about a month ago. That sort of area will be discussed as part of the heads of terms and the post-submission negotiations. It's making sure that we have obviously the land available, talking to the county council to make sure that they sit up and help facilitate that. So it is very much as part of the application, but like all these things, we can't put everything on the drawing. It is an outline application, and the whole point of this is that it is going to take a while to build up this picture, and then when we present it back to yourselves as the application, then a lot of this these questions, which are of great help, will be clarified.
And then just moving through the list of questions, then Matt, would you please talk to the bund and the A14 bund?
Thanks, Guy. So the strategy behind the bund is that we don't need it for acoustic mitigation for the homes, that the homes can be designed in such a way that they can adequately be habitable without the A14 causing issues for them. However, what we wanted to do was promote a scheme that dealt with the visual aspect of the A14 and also the noise impact within the public open space. And we've done that by a series of bunds located along the northern edge, and they're broken into 3 areas, and they respect existing drainage features and have also been located and combined with the acoustic fencing within the A14 works, so that they work in combination with the Highways Agency acoustic fencing. Now, these bunds are not highly engineered. We have a slightly steeper bank to the northern edge. That's what the strategy is promoting, and that the bank that faces southwards onto the country park is shallower to be to allow kind of informal access. So you could potentially get elevated views from some points northwards, and also to provide a kind of a defined edge to the country park to ensure that it increases the quality and the dwell time of people using that country park, and also provides an opportunity for us to plant. We are looking to plant native woodland linear buffer planting with understory, and from the A14 it would look like a continuous woodland buffer planting. From the country park, it will provide a backdrop to the experience of that country park.
Thank you. And then, Miles, do you think you'd be able to round off the questions to cover the design approach on the garden sizes, EV charging for homes, and talking about that primary school, the primary road in reference to the school? So 3 points there. In pre-app consultation, we have a variety of back-to-back distances, house back-to-back distances. And I think they come down to a minimum of 18 meters face of building to face of building. So that would mean that a back garden, the length of the back garden would be 9 meters, where the houses are closest.
Car charging would be, the charging point would be on the side of the house, so it'd be easily connectable to your parked car. And we would make allowance for that when we bring forward reserve matters and think about the infrastructure for electric charging. What's the third one? What was the third one, Guy?
It was the location of the primary road in front of the school.
There has been some discussion about the primary road. It connects through with a point on Darwin Green 1. And there is some discussion about whether they should limit drop-off in front of the school. But how that will operate will come forward when a detailed design for the school comes forward.
Thank you very much. I think we have Councillor Bradnam has her hand up. Would you like to speak? And then I have a question as well.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. Yes, I just wanted to, I've got two questions. One is, as you've said, the drainage on the site drains northwards towards the A14, and you've pointed out that the groundwater level is high. So I just wanted to, if we could have a little bit more detail about how water will be handled once it's arrived in the balancing ponds. Is it likely to be pumped from there, for example, or will it? What happens to it once it's there, and will it use any existing ditches? And the second question is, I'm aware that in that location there are existing residential properties and yet they appear to be within your red line boundary. I just wondered whether they are now part of your site or what the situation is about those. Thank you.
Okay, can I?
Councillor Smith has a question. If he asks his questions, and then I'll ask mine, and then we'll get back to you. Thank you.
Thank you. At the presentation at Eddington, there were proposals for a 5K park run course, a mountain bike park, a skateboard park. Just wanted confirmation whether that's still in your plans. There's an issue about compliance with trigger points in the Section 106 agreement on Darwin Green 1 and another Barrett's elsewhere in the city. I think I'd just like to flag up that that's not great optics for Darwin Green 2 and 3, and we hope that you will fulfil obligations in accordance with trigger points in the future. And then lastly, there's this question about community facilities and services. In a development that includes 40% affordable housing, there will be people in the community who need a lot of support. And this is already an issue in Darwin Green. We haven't got the community facilities open just yet, but the point of the problem is that our council, and I'm sure it's the same with South Cambs as well, just haven't got enough cash. Our revenues are diminishing so rapidly, we are having to concentrate our community services support on those in greatest need, those areas in greatest need in the city. So if we're going to be working together in partnership and collaboration to create a cohesive and sustainable community, we are going to need to discuss how we can work together to ensure that there are on-site community services support. I've got some ideas about how this can be done, that's for another time, but I just wanted to put it on the table that if you want this community to work well, then there's going to have to be a mechanism through which we can provide the support for the people who need those services. And we are aware of people who've caused problems for their neighbours. And so it is a very valuable intervention and service that we can provide. Thank you.
And I would also like to reiterate about skateboarding and facilities for older children. I think I like the way this is coming through as a landscape-led master plan. And I know skateboarding has taken off in this country. We get a lot of residents asking about it. And it doesn't necessarily need to be specifically a skateboard park. It could be part of all the landscaping could have skateboard opportunities. And I agree that the the park run opportunities around the landscape space, it would be great. I just feel also that we should be looking at places where we can actually say play ball games here, rather than stopping people suggesting they do things, or even, you know, paint this wall, or do some drama here, you know, just have it in as part of the landscaping. Also, the new park is incredibly important for Cambridge. I know that the people in the north of Cambridge go down to use the new nature reserve in Trumpington, and Cambridge City Council there's a biodiversity audit which came out last June, June 21, which actually has a baseline biodiversity in all of the spaces, including Hobson's Park. And you might be interested to see how quickly that has become really rich in biodiversity and plants and birds particularly, and how there may be some lessons from there for here. So I don't really have any questions. It was really sort of comments. But back to you now. Thank you.
Shall I sort of do a bit of sort of management? I'll pick up on the community support and clearly the concerns over our ability previously to manage our obligations within the 106 agreement. I think we're obviously very much aware of the agenda, of the issues that we need to address, and that's what I've tried to explain is the whole point of engaging, which we have done through the planning performance agreement, and taking the continual discussion very seriously. So we are aware of that, and we were looking to work with yourselves and other agencies to come up with the best solution that is possible. In terms of a variety of experiences, we've got a public artist engaged who's putting forward an extremely ambitious strategy, which will include the sort of integration of the existing communities across both sides of Darwin Green, because I think we need to treat this as Darwin Green rather than Darwin Green 2, 3. And again, the conversations that we need to have will result in a position that will be sort of managed through the outline, but that's not the end of the journey. Clearly, there is a considerable length of time between hopefully the granting of the outline and when we actually get to a point when we start to move towards development, and we anticipate that the conversations will continue through that process, so that when we get to the infrastructure, the green, grey and blue infrastructure discussions, and then the subsequent reserve matters, we have a sufficient flexible model to be able to accommodate what is current and required at that time. So rather than just put a marker in the sand and say that was it back in 2022, we actually try to deliver something that is, you know, right up at the front edge, especially when you consider, you know, the speed in which technology is moving, which Matt's just quite correctly pointed out is just the simple thing like additional ducting to be able to accommodate things like potential hydrogen heating and all of the other sustainable and new innovations that are coming out. So basically, this is basically an opportunity for us to identify those areas that we need to work harder with yourselves on. I think that is probably it from me. Matt, you're probably going to have to speak on skate parks and the general play, the flexible play strategy, if I could leave that one with you.
Yeah, thank you, Andrew. There was a couple of points. So the first one, I'll just pick up the drainage. So the way that the drainage strategy is working is that the green corridors will include swales within them, and that they will pick up water from both the parcels and the infrastructure, and they will flow northwards to the attenuation ponds. And those attenuation ponds will act as conveyancing ponds, which will slow the flow, and that they will allow a greenfield runoff connection northwards under the A14, which links in with the wider existing drainage network, and also ensures that the downstream areas aren't impacted by this development. If there are any other further detailed comments, Andrew is also on the call that he may well be able to explain in a bit more detail.
Yeah, so I think to pick up on the use of the existing watercourses and what will be pumped, the discharge from all the attenuation ponds will be via gravity. Each pond outfall will have a hydro brake or similar approved device restricting it to a rate of 2 litres per second per hectare, depending on how much area is going into each pond. And with regards to pumping, we have a portion of pumping for one of the pond catchments as agreed with the lead local flood authority, which will see the residential area drained via gravity to the pump station, which will then pump that catchment into one of the ponds via a rising main, which will then be restricted via the use of the hydro brake for that pond.
Thank you, Andrew.
That was it then.
And just to cover off the play elements and the comments made by Councillor Smith, yes, very much the park run idea was something that we had in the back of the mind when we were designing the strategy years and years ago, that we wanted a network of a hierarchical kind of set of routes that would allow people to be able to do smaller runs that perhaps aren't anything to do with the park run, but actually we do have a much wider network where you could easily do a couple of laps of some of the wider routes there, and you can rack up 5k without going on any roads. And we think that's a fabulous sell and a fabulous opportunity for this country park for kind of all the residents to kind of get involved with. And then on to the comments about the skate park and the mountain bike track. Well, what we didn't want to do was come up with the ubiquitous kind of play strategy that could be anywhere. We wanted to respond to the kind of the country park location that we're in, and part of the ideas would be exploring how a mountain bike track could be integrated within the edge of the Bunds to the A14, and how that could provide a facility for not just for teenagers, but also for adults as well, which we think is a multifunctional. It's a great story, and they are growing in popularity across the country. And I am confident that that would be a really well used facility if designed properly when we get into the detail. So yes, we very much would like to promote that, but it's all in the detail. And I think the same would go for something like the skate park. There is we've looked at the open space deficiencies in the area, and things like skate park are really, really popular, and we know that. And we are suggesting something like a skate park. It might be that in a few years' time, when the detail comes forward, that something else is a deficient, but ultimately it's some element of teenage play that keeps them engaged and interested, and it's not just equipped play areas which don't really allow you to express your exuberance and creativity.
Matt, I think it might be worth you just expanding a bit on the approach to the various types of landscaping, so that this is not a manicured golf course approach where everything is clear. We're looking very much at a very broad mix of different environments and characters to help with biodiversity, give interest, and again, part of the whole process, I think you will agree, is the fact that we will be engaging with residents and councillors and other stakeholders to help shape what is currently an outline, and a very good one, I must say. But when we move further towards detail, where we actually have had those conversations, so that we are producing something that is a consensus-driven project.
Yeah, the idea of the landscape is that we are not looking to create a highly maintained and highly manicured landscape across the board. Yes, there will be more intense areas of management, perhaps within certain areas of the development, the allocation zone. But as we get further out from that area, the maintenance intensity will change and will allow almost nature recovery to really take hold. Towards the outer edges, we are really looking to reduce that maintenance down and to be as sensitive as possible, and also to create some areas of really sensitive biodiversity. Perhaps we look at some options where we could get cattle grazing as well to help provide a kind of a carbon conscious approach to land management. We know that can be difficult with public access, but it has been shown to work. But really what we wanted to do was promote a wide range of landscape habitat types, from areas to promote passive recreation where you could have jumpers for goalposts and fly a kite, and that's within the kind of meadow areas to the western edge. Then we've got some large areas of species-rich grassland, which really transition then into the fringes of the woodland, where you get these clumps and stands of kind of vegetation, and then into establishing larger areas of new woodland planting towards the boundaries, and also kind of specimen tree planting within the landscape. And as you go around, the landscape kind of
Interrupt
changes.
you in a minute, because we need to wrap up soon. I just want to ask the members if there's any more questions. Wood?
This is just one point that I'm not sure can be managed on with this site and development. I'm really pleased to hear these first plans for the community park, because I mean we already have the Milton Country Park is very heavily used, as is the Science Park as an open space for North Cambridge. Now, there is one problem with the existing allotments and the water table going down. And of course, you've got a small allotment site proposed in Darwin Green. So I wondered if you could comment on that, please.
Are there any other councillors with questions? Otherwise, this will be the last lot. Okay, over to you, please, Matt.
Thank you.
So you're going to deal about the water table and how we're going to make sure that the allotments work.
Yes. The allotment location has been chosen towards the western edge of the master plan, which is the slightly higher and more elevated area of land where the flooding issues aren't as prevalent. So we were conscious that we didn't want to locate allotments towards the northern edge of the site, where it's experiencing that level of high saturation, and there could be potential problems on kind of allotment holders and growing. So we feel we have mitigated that through the location of the site, and that as the allotments are developed, new appropriate soils or Site 1 soils will be brought in that's suitable for growing produce, which will make sure that the allotments are fit for purpose.
Can I just add that it's the same approach we're taking for the sports pitch, which clearly is a significant area of community asset, and that we've got to make sure that it is usable throughout the year. So any sort of drainage solutions that the allotments require will also be shared through the sports pitches and other areas. I mean, it's an overarching principle that obviously the country park has a variety of landscape settings. We were talking the other day about some wet woodland and so on, but the principle is to make the majority of the place usable to all future visitors, in the way that we intend it, as we speak today.
To wrap up now, I'm afraid, but I'd like to thank you, Andrew, and your team for the presentation today, and I'm sure we all look forward to seeing this in more detail coming forward. So thank you very much.
Okay, well, I'd just like to thank you very much for your time. It's been, I think, a huge benefit to everybody. Thank you.
We'll have another short break and reconvene for the last private item at 3:30. Thanks.